Alright, welcome back to Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, session 28. Happy to be back here. For those of you watching the stream for the first time on Twitch or on YouTube later, just give you a little overview of how this all works. We're going to start, I'm going to give a recap of the campaign so far and what has happened, larger overview of it. Then we're going to get into some character introductions, and then we'll get into a detailed recap of the events specifically of last session. So let's just dive right in. So our character started in the holy city of Elturel, a city in the western heartlands that had a giant artificial sun that hung over the city called the Companion. The group went on a mission for some leaders of Elturel outside of the city, and on their way back to the city, the entire city vanished before their eyes. The Companion grew dark, crackled with lightning. A giant blast wave erupted from the city, and when the characters looked up, the city was gone. Nothing left but a crater in the ground. They found a bunch of refugees outside of the city, and they helped them on a 10-day trek to the nearest city of Baldur's Gate. When they got to Baldur's Gate, they found that the city was under lockdown. Nobody was allowed in or out due to the refugee crisis. But luckily, some of our members were members of the Flaming Fist, and they were able to get an audience with Flame Zodge of the Basilisk Gate. Flame Zodge sent them on a mission to investigate a set of murders that were happening in the outer city. And if they were able to solve that set of murders, he would grant them passage to the inner city. They were able to do that to Zodge's satisfaction, and then he sent that party on another mission to solve a simultaneous set of murders happening in the inner city. Going into the inner city, they fought some pirates, played some games. They discovered a bathhouse, and underneath the bathhouse was a dungeon for worshippers of the cult of the Dead Three, who were responsible for these murders that were happening. A bunch of fighting happened in that dungeon. They killed a bunch of people. Some characters, our party members, died. They had to retreat from the dungeon. Upon retreating from the dungeon, they found out that one of the dukes of Baldur's Gate was murdered. They went back to that bathhouse, and underneath of that dungeon, after regathering their strength, were able to slaughter all of the inhabitants of that dungeon, and at the end of the dungeon came upon a massive conspiracy that they unveiled. They found Mortlock Vanthampur, the son of one of the only surviving dukes, Duke Thalamra Vanthampur. And Mortlock told them that his family, the Vanthampur family, has been working with the cult of the Dead Three. He said that his family are Zarielites. They worship Zariel, the Archduchess of Avernus, the first layer of the Nine Hells. And that he's not a true believer, but the rest of his family are, and he just is scared of his mother and does what his mother tells him. He gave them a slew of information about his family and their operations. He has also two brothers, Amric and Thirstwell Vanthampur. Amric makes his operations in the Low Lantern, a boat that has been since turned into a bar, and is responsible for finding refugees and bringing them into the city. And then his other brother, Thirstwell Vanthampur, never leaves the manor, Vanthampur Manor, where he and his mother, Thalamra, also reside. And they also know that his brother, Thirstwell, employs a network of invisible imp spies, which the party believes they have encountered. The party also, at the same time, was investigating the cult of the dragon, who one of our parties has a close connection to. They decided that that was a more pressing matter, and they decided to investigate the cult of the dragon first, which led them to the outer city, a hidden network of caves in Duskcock Hill, where they encountered Resmir, who they believed to be the leader of the cult of the dragon. After a massive fight and killing a bunch of cultists, Resmir teleported away in the middle of the fight, taking a close friend of Yggdrasil's with him. They were able to exit that cave, and they decided to continue pursuing the cult activity in the Vanthampur family. They decided that they were going to go visit the Low Lantern to check up on Amric Vanthampur before they were going to head to the Vanthampur Manor. And that is where we stopped at the end of the previous session. And we will get into the actually, I think I overshot the last session a little bit, but we'll get into a detailed recap of last session here in a second. But first, let us get into some character introductions here. Igvis, if you want to start, just tell us a little bit more about Igvis and what he's all about.
Hello, I'm Manny, and I play Igvis. He's a winged tiefling monk and gauntlet of the Flaming Fist. The reason we were in Dustcock Hill was because of the family that I was attempting to protect, of which we saved one and lost the other to the teleportation. Currently, his only job is to try and avenge the Duke because of the other lost ally that we just received.
Narian?
I'm Jonathan, and I play a Narian, who is a Shatterkai druid of the stars. He's been following the party around now for a little while. He's kind of grown attached to them. He doesn't really know what's going on, but he's game to try to help out wherever he can. And he's slightly afraid of the new guy Horus.
And with that, Horus.
I'm Horus. I play Horus. Horus is a roguish, almost looks like a pirate, but is definitely not one. Currently, he watched his friend die while he was following the party in secret, and then has decided to come help these guys out with whatever his friend Niall was doing, if for nothing else than to honor a couple of agreements between the two of them. And currently, he's confused as to why anyone let Elias drink previous session.
And Elias?
I play Elias, a bard, at least he insists he is, who is currently very drunk after not learning to limit himself on alcohol.
And Mariana.
I'm Bees. I play Mariana, a water genasi shipless pirate at the moment, who's kind of starting to wonder what she's going to get out of this, but is hoping maybe that they'll find Vati, her former employer, when they go to the manor.
Perfect. So those are our characters. At the beginning of every session, for those who've never watched this before, I have all of the characters roll a single d20. Whoever gets the lowest on that d20 roll has the honor of recapping the events of last session from their character's perspective. So if everybody wants to go ahead, roll me a d20 here in game, and we'll see who gets that honor. I can tell Igvis does not want to recap. All right. Some lower rolls. There we go. Mariana with a 7, Horus with a 19, Elias also with a 7, and Anarian with an 11. So Elias and Mariana, please roll again for me. Little roll off here.
Little game of rollies.
All right, Elias with the 5 takes it. So Elias, whenever you're ready, go ahead and recap.
I'm going to apologize in advance because, from Elias's perspective, he's currently means drunk Elias recap. Let's go. Previously on the adventures of the great Elias, our boy Niall, he's a grumpy dude, but he's got a good heart. He fell off a bridge and is currently very dead. Don't worry. Our new boy Horus, he's convinced us that we're gonna resurrect him as soon as this whole thing is over. We got him in. We have him in a fake coma. Nobody knows a thing. After that, we went to a bar of some sort. I forgot the name. Where we met a lovely lady who Horus is talking to for me, and I played some Dragon Bones. It was awesome. And now we are preparing to bring down the Vanthampurs and protect the city of Baldur's Gate. I'm going to Elias bow with the drunken stumble.
Perfect. Great recap, Drunken Elias. All right. Great. We can just head right into this, I think, then. Let me. So, last when we ended up, you were leaving the Low Lantern with the intention of going to Vanthampur Manor. For now, I'm going to go ahead and just bring up Baldur's Gate, the map of Baldur's Gate, and we'll just start here. And you can explain to me what you would like to be doing.
We're going to the manor, right?
Is that still the party's intention to go to the manor, head directly there? I think that's what you had said the last session, but
Should we try to get anything out of the bald man, though?
I mean, we
He's
got.
not exactly conversational.
Unless you think he wants to deal with a drunk bard, quote unquote.
Okay, to be fair,
I think
Drunk
you might
Elias.
stab him.
You think it would go extremely bad if Drunk Elias tried to talk to this guy?
Oh yeah. Might be funny, but not good.
So, we're gonna have to roll it another character not good or just chaotic.
I don't know. Depends on how much damage the guy does.
Fair.
Yeah, I think we should probably head towards the manor, if anything else, to solve a couple different mysteries.
Well, I would suggest we do recon on the manor before we try to actually infiltrate, though.
It's not like a half bad idea.
I don't think they would want me hanging around up there. I will not be inconspicuous.
Where's the healing house by chance? I'm just curious. The one that Horus helps with?
yeah. So
Is that in the upper city?
The healing house is in the lower city, so it would be in the Brampton district right over here where I'm pinging, and I'll put a thing in there as well. The Low Lantern is over here. Now the stream can't see those little stars, but you should all be able to see that if you turn on the journal notes in Foundry if you haven't already.
No worries. I was just wondering if we had a solid excuse for going to the upper city, but not really. We just have to pay the toll.
Oh, well, don't we still have the badges left over that Niall gave us?
We should,
Those
yeah.
only last for so long, though, right?
So to get into the higher city, they only last so long because that's curfew. But
Okay, well, I guess off to the manor it is.
All right, off to the manor. As we put Horus's healing house on the map for the rest of you. So you make your way to Horus's healing house where you had dropped off the body. So in relation of the healing house here and the Low Lantern in the Brampton district, you have to travel through East Side here and then up through Heap Side and eventually make your way around this way into the Steeps, which you are familiar with because the Steeps is where Vati's house is, and where the Majestic is. The Majestic is right here. This gate here in the center is Baldur's Gate, and you know that that's the main gate that heads into the upper city. There are a series of other gates that separate the upper city up in here from the lower city, but those gates are usually used by Manorborn, or in other words, the patriarchs, who are the upper class of the upper city. But the Baldur's Gate is open for travelers to travel from the lower to upper city. But at the moment, you know that the gate has been pretty well locked down. Usually, you are required to have some sort of badge in order to enter. You either have to be a patriarch, someone who resides in the upper city, or you have to have trade papers of some sort giving you permission to get into the upper city, where the Wide is, the main marketplace of the upper city. You know that the upper city is separated into a couple different districts. So here in the southwest part of the district is the Manorborn district, which, as the name suggests, is where all the Manorborn live, the patriarchs live. All of their homes tend to be in this section. The middle section here is called the Temples district, and the Temples district are, as it suggests, where most of Baldur's Gate's temples are, big temples, including the High House of Wonder, which is a temple to Gond, which is probably the largest temple in Baldur's Gate with the most resources. And then you have the Wide over here, which is this gigantic dirt spot, empty spot of buildings, where typically there are a ton of tents that are set up throughout the day, and people do trade. And that is where the Duke was murdered. So as you kind of approach, I guess, is your intention to go through the main gate, through Baldur's Gate, which is the gate that Elias, you had used previously in order to get over to the High House of Wonders. And it's the gate that Igvis and the group coming from the Majestic you had also approached before and had an interaction with guards on the wall.
Yes, I believe we'll probably just be using Baldur's Gate, if any of them.
All right. Sounds good. So as you reach Baldur's Gate, you come up against, again, these massive gates that are currently closed. The giant portcullis separating them is closed. You know that typically they are open and there are a bunch of guards that are checking papers, but they are still closed as they were when you had previously come to the gate. And atop the gate, it seems there are a couple guards as you approach. Do all of you approach together?
I think
Yeah.
Yeah, Elias is going to stick with the group unless he notices stragglers.
Okay. So all of you would see that the guards atop the gate are pacing, and one looks down to you as you approach the gate and says, "Right there, state your business."
I'll hold up the badge that Niall gave us and say, "Business in the Upper City on behalf of the Watch."
I'll pull out my badge and hold it up too.
"On behalf of the Watch, you say? Let me
Contracted.
see that." And you'll see him kind of move off to the side, and after a little while, he comes down to the ground floor where the portcullis is and comes up against the edge of the portcullis. Says, "Let me see the badge, please."
I'll hand in the badge.
He looks and says, "Huh. Right then, that seems quite official, I must say. Who do you know that is part of the Watch? I mean, obviously, you're not part of the Watch."
His name would be something along the lines of Captain Nile.
"Oh, Nile. Sword Nile, you mean? Yes, we are familiar with Nile. Very well, then. Gulliver, I think we should let them in. They do have a badge, and, it is quite official. I know we're under lockdown and everything. That's right, Stan. Just go ahead and let them in." Says, "Right, open the gate." And you hear the cranking of a large wheel as the gate lifts open. And a couple guards come around the corner and come out and kind of perform a semi-barrier in order to prevent other people from going through that portcullis. But the one guard who has been identified as Stan beckons you in. All right, then, let's go. Don't forget that you do have to leave after sundown.
We'll be out of your hair before then, hopefully.
And he beckons you in, and I assume that you go through the portcullis.
Yep. Just
All right.
straight through.
You go through the portcullis, and then they wheel it back down after the rest of the guards kind of come back through. And you are now on the other side, in the upper city. The upper city is a lot cleaner immediately when you notice. And those of you who have already been in the upper city would recognize that. Elias, you've already been in the upper city, but it's a lot cleaner. The homes are much nicer in the upper city. And you see a bunch of people in well-dressed clothes that are walking the streets, freely conversing. Much more foliage and plant life around many of the buildings here as well in the upper city. You do know the location of Vanthampur Manor, and I have marked it on your map. It is something that Niall would have known and told you, as well as something that would be pretty easy to find, given that she is Thalamra Vanthampur, one of the Dukes of Baldur's Gate. And so that location is over here, which I'll ping on the map for anybody watching the stream as well. So you entered from Baldur's Gate over here, and is your intention to go directly over to where that manor is, or?
Well, after we enter, I'll gather everybody, right there, and just, let them know, hey, if you guys want to do any shopping or prepping before we go there, we don't know what's going to happen, so... High House of Wonders. Might be able to get you covered, too.
Might not be a bad idea. But I'm good for now. I'm a little light on the coin purse.
I'm also quite clean on gold at present.
Mariana, I know you have all the money, basically.
You don't know shit. I'm fine.
I've given you a lot of money. Alright. If there's nothing, then, yeah, let's head over there.
All right. Sounds good. I am...
Are we going in plain sight, or are... Okay, I'm assuming we have sober Elias again, right?
Yes, at this point we can say that you've sobered up a little bit, Elias.
It was an annoying walk here, but fine now.
Yeah. So, are we really planning to just walk in there?
Maybe not directly in, but if you want to scout around, we can stay close to the manor while you do so. That they already know everything about us at this point. I'm sure they already have somebody watching us now.
I'm
Fair
sure
point.
the other residents of the district wouldn't be happy to see me snooping around, so I'd best just stay public with my hands visible so nobody calls the watch on me. She's got, pretty open disdain for, the highborn people walking around.
I'm pretty good at getting into places, but I'm not very good at getting other people into them.
Unfortunately, stealth is not one of my many talents. I can help you with that, Anarian, if you want to scout ahead, but are you sure you'll be safe? Because my talents, unfortunately, only involve getting other people into places.
Well, y'all have seen me do it before, but as I said, I'm not very good at getting other people in with me, so I might not be much help, but I could scout around.
I'm not sure
Now-
if it would be safe for you to go inside yourself.
I don't really know much about these folks, so I'll do whatever y'all need me to do.
I personally feel like no matter what decision we make, they will probably already know. So, straight and narrow as it goes.
Well, actually, we should. Let's have that discussion now, if that's all right with you. And Elias is going to kind of gesture to a alley or empty bar. Like,
Lad, I understand that you want to make a plan and you want to go in there and be prepared for whatever it may be, but as Igvis has pointed out, they already know we're coming. They've probably covered all their exits, dotted their I's, crossed their T's. It's best to just walk in there, ask the questions we need to, get what we need to, and promptly leave as soon as possible.
They might still become even compelled still.
This is also true.
With any
I
luck.
wouldn't assume that wasn't Vati.
Regardless,
I suspect he was behind it. I doubt it was him himself.
they know we're coming.
So some backstory here. Did they want to kill us? Because that kind of seemed like a trap, that whole compelling thing.
Oh, they very much want to kill us, and they very much expect us today.
Well, we don't have confirmation they want to kill us exactly, but we also know that they've been keeping an eye on us for at least a few days at this point. So,
They
You
might
don't
not
get
want us
connected
dead,
us.
but we are annoying.
They might not. They probably want us dead. They probably just want us to suffer a good bit first.
Again, we can't know until we walk in. You can only begin something by beginning, so we should probably just make our way in.
Okay, so the plan is walk up and knock on the front door?
Absolutely, after you. And Horus is just going to kind of give like a awkward like pat on the back, slight push towards that direction.
All right. So, is our plan actually to knock on the front door?
100%.
I have nothing else at the moment.
All right.
Assume they know everything, I think is the problem here.
So Elias is
But
going
also
to use
give away nothing.
Elias is going to use his cloak of many fashions to appear as flamboyant of a bard as possible.
I think Anarian's going to turn into a very, very fluffy white cat and sit on Elias's shoulder.
All right.
With like a very flattened face that looks like a very rich cat.
Can you have like one of those different eye color things going?
Yeah, what is that?
Heterochromia.
Heterochromia, yeah.
And I think he has his loot back now because that was dropped off at the Majestic.
Right, you had some random person repair it.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, did they actually repair it?
DM.
Yes.
So I'm assuming it's back in his possession now.
Yes, you would have it back in your possession.
So Elias is going to casually walk up and just knock on the Duke's manor.
Well, what I will do is I'm going to change the scene here. I'm going to tell you what you see as I put you onto this map. Let's grab your characters here. Right, you guys should be able to see the map there. Let me know if you can't for any reason.
Is just going to walk right. Just going to walk
let
right
me-
up to the gate.
Yeah, let me explain at least what you see for a second. So there's a stately edifice with a detached stable house. It has a sloped roof covered with red clay tiles. A 12-foot high stone wall encloses the manor with lanterns hanging along the wall's interior to light the area at dusk. The wall features three wooden gates as you approach from the northeast. the main entrance and a coach gate to the south and a postern gate to the north. And you can see all of that. So the side that you're on right now seems to be the main gate, as you indicated. So you guys actually come from the south entrance, coming around in this direction, which I will ping on the map from over here. And you come up and around to what seems like the main gate. As you get to that main gate, you notice that it seems there are 3 guards at that gate. They have a crest on them. They look like they're members of the Watch, and they're dressed similarly to members of the Watch. But they have this crest hanging from their armor, which you recognize as the Vanthampur crest. It is a hammer and anvil. And they seem to be hanging around the gate. So, I mean, with that information, you approach the gate still? Is that what you intend?
Oh, absolutely. Is there like a knocker on the gate or anything?
There is not. It seems to be a large steel gate.
So
that
Elias
could
is
be
going
opened
to walk.
from within. Double doors.
Elias is going to walk straight up to the gate and just loudly say, "The great Elias has arrived." And then he's just going to do like an elaborate gesture.
And the guards are in the middle of a conversation, and they kind of look over to you and say, "The great what now? Get a load of this one, fellas."
Have you not heard of... Did you not receive word of my arrival? This is rather awkward. I was told Lady Vanthampur was expecting me.
Lady Vanthampur expecting you. Your lot, the way that you're dressed, I highly doubt it.
Well, remember that Elias is currently using the Cloak of Many Fashions to be elaborately well-dressed like a bard who would be playing for a duke right now.
Sure. You also are surrounded by people who are not.
Oh, no. These are merely escorts. You know how it is. Good help is hard to find.
Your name is what again?
Elias.
Elias. Elias, roll me a bluff. Roll me a deception.
Yep, 13.
13. And the guard looks at you and says, "Hold on one moment. Let me go verify this information."
Indeed, merely tell the Lady Vanthampur that Elias is here for her.
And you will see this this guard over here to the right will start moving this way towards the house. And he opens the door and moves inside before shutting it.
Mariana's gonna kind of like stage whisper, "I think the right title is Duke."
I've never been one for titles.
Well, she certainly is. Just kind of looks at the manor.
Fair point. This is something that could quite likely backfire. I'll be more careful.
It probably doesn't help. We have the law with us.
Well, I figure that will get her attention. What we do with it, I'm not sure.
I'm certain it got her attention. I'm just simply saying that Having a flaming fist member with you, especially in the upper city, tends to rock the boat.
I have nothing displaying I'm a member of the Fist at the moment.
Oh, okay.
My badge is always hidden, essentially, unless I need to pull it out.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you had your badge displayed or not, because I know that some have them on like their gear.
No, mine's essentially on the inside of my robe.
So, the real question is, who's our lead singer? I obviously play the lute.
I hear everything, to be fair.
After a while, this guard comes back to the gate. And the guard looks and says, yes, Elias. Of course, the Duke was expecting you. My apologies. But of course, I must request that you relinquish all of your weapons and armor in order to enter the premises. Of course, you understand.
That is how one does, yes. It simply wouldn't be proper to wear armor to bring weapons in the presence of a duke. And he's just gonna hand the guy his mace.
Okay. So you hand him your mace, and he will take your mace, and he'll say, of course, your companions as well.
Mariana will hand over her daggers and crossbow and kind of just hold up her hands and turn, because she's not armored ever.
Okay.
I can hand over my weapons.
I'll hand over my.
You handing over the useless remains of your quarterstaff?
Yeah, I have a new quarterstaff.
Ah, okay.
I'll hand over the scimitar and the silvered skull flail.
Okay. And as you're handing over all of these things, you kind of get like this raised eyebrow look. And Anarian, what about you? Or do you have any weapons on you, physical weapons?
Anarian's in
Are
cat.
they?
Anarian is a
He's a
cat.
cat.
You are a cat. Yes.
We should have handed everything to Anarian and then had them transform.
All right. What
so-
kind of armor is everybody wearing?
Can I make a quick and intimidation check?
Oh, can I make an insight check to see how obvious of a trap this is?
Go ahead and give me an insight, Elias. And Horus, what did you want to say?
I was
Intimidation.
So, because I would like to keep the flail on me if possible. It's going to be the venture of, you sure you want to take that from me? It's a little temperamental. Bought it near the magic shop, and it could end your life, I should say.
Okay. Roll me. Well, don't even bother. You say that, and he says, I'm sorry, but I must insist on taking these. The Duke's orders, of course.
Oh, what does my insight reveal before I do anything?
Yeah, with your insight, Elias, you see this smile kind of come across his face as he's talking to you. You get the sense that he's placating you, that he maybe doesn't necessarily believe what you're saying, but he's going along with it.
I'm more trying to see if he thinks that he's taking our weapons as a standard procedure, or if he's doing it to lure us into a trap or something.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that necessarily with your insight, and you would know that, I mean, if you were entering the Duke's home, that, relinquishing your weapons, being searched would probably be standard procedure at the bare minimum.
Well, you see, there's an awkward thing about the flail of we need it for the lion taming show. Do you have another flail we'll be able to use?
Marion just yawns all big.
Well, you can
Marion is the lie.
You can receive your gear back once you are finished with your visit, of course.
So she isn't interested in the lion taming show. Very well.
All right, so everybody has handed over... so I do have to ask. Everybody's handed over all of their weapons on them?
I mean, I have my arcane focus still, but that's just an old coin that nobody would really, pay attention to.
Yeah, I've handed over all mine.
I mean, I gave them mine that I had on me, yeah.
Elias still has his leather armor on under a cloak, but he's handed over all weapons.
Yeah, I still have my armor on. I didn't get naked or anything.
Okay. Sounds good. So, with that, they will open up these gates as they have your stuff. And this one had handed it over to the one on the left, which, again, I'll just get this out for the stream. He goes and he hands it to the one on the left, who moves off at a very fast pace out of your sight. And then he says, please come in.
Anarian rubs on his legs as he walks by.
You,
They went off in that direction, right? You said?
this one will probably get well with slobber chops. Yes, to the west. And
Who's slobber chops?
oh, that is the house cat.
Indeed. I may be but a humble bard, but he is of the finest pedigree.
And as you enter that room, Igvis, there, you are met by an elderly man with gray hair and a tie and suit on, his hair combed over to the side to hide his balding spots. And he looks at you and says, welcome to the home of the Vanthampur family. My name is Frederick Gray. I am the butler here of this manor. Please, right this way to the sitting room. And he...
Are they
Indeed. Do you know what song Lady Vanthampur would like to hear? I'm sorry, Duke Vanthampur would like to hear.
I am simply the butler. I am just here to guide you over to where you need to be. Please, this way. And he comes down to this door and he opens it.
All right. Thank you, good sir.
All of you, please. The animal included.
So really quick,
I'm going to sense note of him to see anything unusual if he thinks he's placating us. Things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you think that he's a butler, and you think that he is doing standard butler things. In addition to him, by the way, in this room, you do see a female there, a young female in what looked to be maid clothing with a kind of a choker around her neck, a choker collar, blonde hair, green eyes, and she seems to be cleaning in that room as well. In addition, black curtains are kind of draped over the southern windows as you kind of walk down there to that room. And the walls of the room are decorated with an eclectic collection of tapestries and paintings, while alabaster busts sit atop pedestals at the edges of this gallery. Flanking the southern door is a 6-foot tall wax statue, which depicts a barrel-chested woman with broad forearms cradling a cranky winged cat here as you pass it in this corner.
I'd also like to, as we step in, I want to activate Detect Magic. That should serve me for about 10 minutes. Just kind of as a precaution.
Sounds good. Now, Detect Magic is verbal and somatic?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to do that. So when you cast that spell, you are going to be muttering an incantation, waving your arms, kind of, to cast it. It would be pretty obvious that you were doing
I'm
something.
gonna go ahead and subtle spell it.
Okay. Cool. And are you casting it in just the room that you're in right now, specifically?
I mean, does it not like centered on me?
Well,
Does that like move with me? Because it's concentration, so I imagined it like kind of just.
yeah, it would
And
be.
it goes for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just asking when you're casting it.
As I move through the threshold.
As you move through the threshold.
Into the manor itself, not necessarily into this small room.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
back there somewhere.
Understood. So you don't detect any magic as you walk through that initial manor hallway area, and then you enter into the room, and you don't detect any magic in the room that you're in. And it lasts for 10 minutes, it looks like. So you enter that room. He beckons you as well, Horus, and says, "Please, sir, this way is the waiting room."
I was trying to see when we were initially walking in if the guards were watching us walk in, or if they.
No, they absolutely are.
Okay.
Anarian begs in front of the butler, like expecting him to go get him some milk.
Oh, a curious creature. This one is.
In the moment that he looks down at Asterion, or Anarian, not Asterion. Oh, Baldur's Gate, throw me off. The maid is cleaning, right?
Yes, the maid is cleaning.
I'm gonna do like a quick like snap of my fingers, and you'll hear like some muttering, and as he's looking down at Anarian as the cat, I'm gonna go invisible, hopefully without him noticing. Is kind of the idea.
Well, okay. Let me just clarify what you're doing, because he's looking at you, right?
Oh,
As
I thought
he's-
he was, because I thought when Anarian came up, he was looking down at the cat.
Okay,
Effectively.
so you want to do it like as soon as he turns his gaze towards the cat, you want to go invisible.
Yeah, like basically as soon as he's distracted, I'm gone.
Okay.
Is kind of the idea.
Now, I just want to clarify. You do know that he knows you're there, like that you were there at least before you went invisible. Like you had made eye contact with him as you entered, and then he looks down at the cat, but you want to go invisible as he looks down at the cat.
Yes, I'd still like to probably go invisible.
Okay.
As he
okay.
looks down at the cat.
Okay, and that's a spell that you're casting. You're casting the spell.
It's
ability,
actually-
right. It's not an ability.
No, it is from a feat. So I don't know if that counts as just like casting the spell. I gotta look at that, what the actual feat says.
Yeah, you just cast it once per day without using a spell slot.
Okay, it is casting.
Right. So, I mean, again, invisibility would have verbal somatic components. So, you would be there and he would hear you mutter something and then, maybe not see you wave your hands right away, but you would be muttering something to yourself in speaking, and then you would go invisible. It's not like a quiet thing that you would cast.
So, good sir, do you know when Elias is actually going to try to distract him now? So, good sir, do you know when we will be playing for the Duke Vanthampur? We are excited to do our very best.
So give me a stealth, Horus. Do that for me.
Okay.
I'll let you use stealth or sleight of hand. Either one. Whatever you prefer.
Hey,
I'll use sleight of hand.
Okay.
BM, real quick.
Yeah, I'll message it. Charles, here. I just saw your thing. go. Um, 21, sleight of hand. All right. Okay. So he looks down at the cat, Frederick Gray, and as he looks down at the cat, Elias calls over to him and says, "What?"
Hello, good sir. When will we be playing for the Lady Vanthampur? I'm sorry, for the Duke Vanthampur. We would like very much to prepare properly for the performance, and I wondered if you knew, as a butler, you must know much of her tastes, and I'd like to hear anything you can tell me on how to give her the best show we can.
And he will look at you and say, "Well, that's going to have to be a conversation from the Duke, unfortunately. I am, again, just a humble butler." And as he talks to Elias, you're able to pop your spell off for us. And
Okay.
you are currently now invisible. And how long does that last?
An hour.
An hour. Okay.
Yeah.
See if we want that. Okay. You are currently invisible. And then he looks back after being distracted by Elias. And as he looks back to look for you, you are gone. And he says, where did he go? Umbra! And the maid looks over and you hear a voice in there and you'll see her look over and says, yes. And he says, where did he go? The other one with the long beard and the hat. And she says, I don't know. I was just cleaning. Quick, go summon the guards. He can't be walking around on
Good.
And as he says
Good,
that,
sir.
he closes the door to this room. Go ahead and...
Can I open the door and bring an Aryan back in, or should I leave him out there?
Well, let's do this. Let's quickly... We're not in combat right now, but I do want everybody to roll me initiative.
All right.
Okay. All right, so fittingly enough, Horus, you go invisible. His initiative was higher, so he actually closes that door before you're able to react, Elias, and you hear a click, click, as if the door has been locked. Anarian, on your side, you see him quickly pull out a key, stick it in the door, and turn it. So, at this point, I'm just going to go and order down the initiative to see how you guys react or what your plan is. So, Igvis, you first. What is your plan here? All of this happens.
I was gonna mutter under my breath. Oh my god, can't they wait 2 seconds? And I'll check this door, see if I can just open it.
Okay, you can check it and try to open it. And you find that it is locked. Elias.
And then,
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Igvis.
well, I was gonna say, and then knowing that that one's locked, I guess, like, I would probably just go to Elias and just be like, what the hell did he do? And stop there, basically.
All right. So what Elias is gonna do? First thing he's gonna do is he's gonna get Detect Evil and Good up because we're in the house of a demon worshipping duke. I figure we want to see if we're being spied on, or
Okay. Detect evil and good.
All right. So, do I detect the presence of any fiends near me?
You do not.
All right. So, Elias is going to keep the spell up, and he's gonna kind of calmly look at the other two. So, what can you do without any form of weapons right now? Should we be ambushed?
Mariana's just gonna look at him. Because never once has she actually used either of the daggers she has on her hips.
Well, to be fair, Elias has never used his mace either, so
And I'm a monk, so
yeah, like, so
So you're just gonna get blank looks all around.
So I'm proposing we sit patient for now. Eventually, they'll unlock the door, and we can continue with our requested audience. Worst case scenario, we get kicked out for insolence.
they might just attack
I
us on the
wouldn't
spot
call-
because somebody is missing.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that the worst case scenario. That's a pretty damn good case.
We should be able to at least diffuse it by claiming we didn't know he wandered off. We thought he was a doddering old man we just met. Hopefully, at least enough for them to let us go to the gate.
You're
Now, if they
welcome to
find-
try that.
I mean, if we attempt to leave, we'll only make the situation worse here.
Well, I
Because
guess
if we
that's our
leave,
return.
They will attack us on sight.
All right. So is that your intention to kind of hang out into the room until somebody comes and opens it up?
Unless one of them tries to escape Elias, it's just gonna hang. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Anarian, you are on the outside of all of this right now, and you see this happen. What would kind of your reaction be to all this?
Anarian's gonna look around and see if there's any furniture that looks comfortable, and if there's not, is this like a dresser right here above me?
It's
With
like
a
a
ship
little.
and a
It's a
bottle
little.
on it?
Yeah, it's like a little table that has a display table that has a ship and a bottle on it, and there are some drapes like behind it, decorative drapes.
Yeah. Anarian's just gonna jump up on that and then start licking himself, like a cat does with his leg up in the air.
Okay. And Frederick kind of looks and says, "Oh, this mangy feline, shoo, shoo, shoo!" As he like pushes his hands and waves at you with his kind of shaking fingers.
When he says mangy, he's getting like the most devilish side eye you could ever imagine. I'll jump down and run over to the maid.
Okay. And she goes, "Oh!" And she starts going towards this door. Horus, where would you like to be? So let me first clarify that. You, Horus, can make a movement if you wish. Because the maid is going to start moving towards the door. So if you don't want to be there, you could take a movement and go somewhere else.
Because the only thing that breaks the invisibility is
If you attack
Well,
or
someone
cast a
see.
spell.
yeah. So I can't do either one of those things. But that also means I can take other actions, correct?
Correct. I mean, you can do other things, like if you wanted to drink a potion, for instance, you could do something like that. If you wanted
Pickpocket the butler.
yeah, if you wanted to pickpocket someone, manipulate objects, things like that, won't release your invisibility. You can obviously move.
Well, yeah. I'm giving it some thought because now that I know that she's gonna move, it changes a little bit of the plan here. But, Is the maid wearing what are the shoes that she's wearing?
The maid?
Yes.
It's commoner shoes, it looks like. She has, like, they're, like, flats on, but there's an attempt there to make it look of a little bit more high standing, but they're not, right? They're kind of hobbled together. She otherwise has a maid's skirt on that she's wearing as well, and she has a little, like, feather duster that she was using.
So like it's like a full on made like dress,
Yes,
not just like a
yes,
skirt.
yes.
Okay. See, I thought about being funny and trying to tie her shoes so that she would trip. Hmm.
What are you doing?
That's what I'm trying to. Because I can only go 30 feet in one round. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll move there,
And
and that'll be it.
she moves over to the door over here, and she opens it up, and she kind of waves her feather duster out the door and says, guards, we have a problem. We have a problem. One of them is loose in the manor. Okay, Horus, you would have moved before all of this transpired with him locking the door and,
Yeah.
Marion moving over and her going to the door. So you'd actually be up again. So, go ahead and make me another movement. And you can double move as well. I mean, if you would like to. You have a move and your action can be to dash, if you so choose.
I'll move even closer into the corner.
Okay. And you're just going to kind of sit there?
Yeah, because it's slightly obscured. Well, I guess I'll attempt. I'll do the hide action, even though it's not technically like required here, I guess. But just to like be even stealthier.
Okay. Sounds good. You do that. Go ahead and give me a stealth.
Would that be like at advantage? Then?
Well,
or
I'm gonna take into account the fact that you're invisible. I mean, does the spell say it gives you advantage?
no, I don't think it's
Yeah, just
specifically said.
roll me a stealth. I mean, the invisibility will help you.
Okay.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah, because the reason I ask is because my stealth technically is a disadvantage with the medium armor I have on, but yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, just roll with the disadvantage like your normal stealth, and I'm gonna take into account the fact that you're invisible.
Doesn't really matter either way, I guess.
Okay, 19. Sounds good. So she calls for the guards, and unless anybody is doing anything specifically here, we can just kind of go through the motions of what happens. And you can interrupt me if you would do something. Those of you who are in the room, you see what you see, and you'll probably hear some of this audibly, if that would change when you act or what you do.
Yeah, I'd like to have been like up by the door so I could listen.
Okay, sounds good. So, coming through the door are 3 guards that you see out there in Arian and Horus as they come through the door. The 3 guards that were out front, and they shut the door behind them. These 2 guards guard this front door, and you see the maid run down here, and the butler says, Umbra, go into your room for the time being until we figure all of this out. And she says, okay, Frederick. And she opens the door down here and closes it, which you would see in Arian. Then Frederick comes over here to this guard and says, he was right here, the one with the hat and the long beard, and he just vanished from sight. I had looked away for just a moment. Find him and bring him back here. The Duke is not going to be happy with having him just roaming about the facility. I'll lock the front door so that he can't escape, and if he's in here, we must make a sweep and find that out. And he comes over to this door, and you see him again break out a key and lock it from the inside. And actually, he bolts it from the inside. There's a little bolt on it that he bolts. He doesn't use the key on this door. And then he comes back down here and hangs out. These two guards stay by that front door where they are. And the other guard you see go upstairs. He moves up these stairs and out of your sight. And that is all that happens for a little bit. Horus, are you going to hang out where you are and just kind of see how things play out a little bit more, or would you be doing anything else?
So how much time would you say passed in that little bit? Because, like, the goal is that I'm not going to be here when the invisibility ends. Like, not in this corner, at least.
Yeah, it lasts an hour, you said, right? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Is that invisibility spell? So, I mean, you have a lot of time. It took about as long as it took me to speak all of that, kind of in real time. So, rather quick.
I'll just wait here for right now.
Okay, couple minutes go by. You don't see anything else change here. You still wait?
Can an Aryan see if he can figure out where Horus is through smell? As a cat, he has advantage on perception through smell.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception at advantage.
$21.
21. That's with advantage? It looks like you rolled just once. Because it could be higher, right? You rolled a 14 on there. Yeah. So, you do locate where Horus is through your smell. And it seems down here in this corner is where he is, based on your sense of smell.
An Aryan's going to start pacing around the room like a cat.
All right. You do that. And Frederick says, this mangy feline, please, one of you, the guards up front, grab this cat and remove him from the premises. And one of these guards will, at this point, move up towards you and attempt to grab you. And you run away.
I run.
Okay, you run away. So at this point, what's your speed on your cat?
40 feet.
40 feet. You're faster than the guard. So we are going to give him... we're going to roll 3 times. All right? Is your intention to stay in this room as he kind of chases you around?
Yeah, I'm just trying to distract them, cause commotion.
Okay. So
Horus might have a chance of doing something.
He's going to have disadvantage on this roll as he attempts to grab you with his athletics, and I'm going to give him disadvantage.
I'm also going to be as destructive as possible. So if there's things on shelves and stuff, I'm knocking it off, just so you know.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to try to take the keys out of the butler while that's happening.
Okay.
Give it a good old pickpocket.
So the guard attempts an athletics of 7. Give me an athletics, an acrobatics, Anarian, if you'd like. Either that or athletics, whatever you prefer in your cat form. All right. So he
11.
attempts to grab you while you're over here, down in the bottom, and you manage to jump up and out of his grasp. And there is that little ship in a bottle down here, and you're able to knock that ship over, and it shatters, and the ship goes everywhere. And you hear Frederick get notably disturbed. He says, "Oh no, not the great Saint Mary! Oh, that is one of the Duke's favorite possessions. Please grab the cat. You need to stop with this." And I'm going to pause for a second based on where you went, Horus.
Like I said, at this point, I might also start knocking on the door that we're in and just be like,
Yes,
"Hey, what's going on out there?"
Those of you in there do hear that shattering going on. As the guard continues to chase you around an area, and we're going to make 3 more athletic rolls and see what the results of those are. So go ahead and make me those 3 athletic rolls. Or acrobatics. All right. Definitely much better there than they are, and a lot better there as well. So they are just chasing you around this bottom floor, and they cannot catch you, Anarian. As this guard is chasing you, Frederick is chasing you, and you're just all over the walls. There is what seems to be a wax statue that I had mentioned before in this corner. As you jump up on top of the statue and you jump off, and the statue hovers, and Frederick goes up to it to kind of hold it up against the wall. And as you jump off and you get over here, and there seems to be a large candle that is there on that table that can be lit during night, and you're able to smack that off. And all of you hear all of this commotion coming from outside. Igvis, Mariana, and Elias. Igvis, you go over to the door like you mentioned. What's going on out there? You don't receive a response. You just hear this commotion going on. Horus.
Hello.
You move up here, and you see what you see. There seem to be a bunch of guards here that are, and I'm actually going to activate this for a moment so that the rest of the stream can see this. So you do see a large hallway there at the top of the stairs, and there are a bunch of doors that flank that hallway. And outside of the doors that you can see, at least here, and kind of over here a little bit, are guards that are outside of all of those doors. And you see another guard right here speaking to the guard on that door, saying, "Guard your station. Don't move. We're looking for an intruder. I will continue searching the house," as he moves down the hallway this way out of your view, and you hear a couple doors open and close.
The game's still paused, so I can't really do much, but...
Yeah, I will unpause it.
Okay. Well, I will just kind of slowly make my way up the stairs to kind of give me a better view of the hallway, it would appear.
All right. Yeah, and so you see a hallway down there, and you see a lot more guards down that hallway. And you see this one, as you get down there, starts moving over to this room, and he knocks on the door, and he says, "Emmerich, are you all right in there?" And you hear a muffled response back that you can't really understand. And then he comes down here over to this door, and he knocks on this door. And he says, "Thirstwell, how about you? Is there any disturbance in that room?" And from that door, you're able to say, I am quite fine. Coming from the other side of the door. But please, about your business. I am not to be disturbed at this moment. And I apologize, actually. It was this door that he went to over here. And then he moves this way. And he turns around and he says, all of you, continue staying at your posts. I am going to search the downstairs. Nobody is allowed in or out. And he goes back down the stairs.
Okay. Just gonna. So are these just like banners on the side of the wall,
Yes,
or? Oh,
they are.
all right.
And as you move around again, these guards, they look like watchmen, the guards, and they all have spears that they are wielding, as well as you see long sword hilts, a sword that would be sheathed, but they are wielding spears out right now. And they all have that same insignia on them, the Vanthampur hammer and anvil.
Okay. Nothing really to be done up there. However, good note. Good.
Okay, so you head back
Yeah.
down. And this guard, you see, Anarian kind of sees the commotion going on as you are running around the map, and this guard is trying to catch you. You see him like run over and jump and kind of crash face first into the ground as he tries to catch you. And Frederick is just really, really slow as he's kind of mulling about, and he kind of kicks at you as he's running around. This guard then comes down and says, what's going on here? Get a hold of yourselves. It's the feline over there. He's causing a commotion. He's breaking everything. And the guard says, well, let's corner him this way. Anarian, go ahead and make me another acrobatics check. And they will no longer roll at disadvantage, as now they have 3 people on you as this one joins the fray. It's still really good. And even all of them combined are not able to grab you as you continue moving about. And you go, are you going up the stairs or just kind of hanging on the stairs right by the banister?
He's on the banister scratching it with his claws.
Okay. At this point, these they point their spears at you, Anarian. So the cat, as they are incredibly frustrated. Here, what we can do is we will stay in initiative, and we are going to go to the top of the round.
I would technically be on the top of initiative, but it removed me.
Yes, it did. It says, well, you were 16. It shows you here, actually, just as an unknown combatant. So I'm going to remove you and re-add you as 16. Yeah, when you change maps, it removed you from initiative.
Okay.
Which is kind of annoying. But I will put you back in there. So we are going to start initiative here as these guards break out their spears. Okay, just put some dramatic music on here as we enter combat. This guard is going to move towards the cat. With its spear pointed at you at the moment. Horus, you're up. You see this. You see him coming over with the spear. Everybody else is breaking out their spears.
I'm going to once again attempt to pickpocket this old man and take the keys.
Okay. So you're able to get there in one move, it looks like, and then as your action, give me a sleight of hand. That is very good, and he can't beat your sleight of hand. So you successfully are able to pickpocket the keys, as you were able to see the pocket that he put them in, and grab them from him.
And then with my last 5 feet of movement, I will move over towards the wall.
Okay, sounds good. Frederick Gray is up, the butler, and he says, "Oh dear, this is no good. No good at all. Please, stop making such a mess." Igvis, you are up as you hear commotion going on outside. And you hear Frederick say, "Please put away the spears. Oh my! Just grab the cat."
When I hear spears, I think I might pound on the door a lot harder, at the intention of breaking it down.
Okay, give me an athletics check. You can either try to burst it down with an athletics check, or you can try to just deal damage to the door until you break it. It is a wooden door.
I think I punched enough boards in my life. I think I'll just attack the door in that case then.
Okay, so go ahead and roll an attack and damage.
Okay, so 25, 12.
For 12 damage.
Oh no, these are all my to hits.
Oh,
Did you want me just to do
got you.
damage?
No, that's fine. You can do your to hits here.
Okay, so it was 25, 12, and 11 total.
Your 18 hits for however much damage that does.
6.
6 points of damage as you bust the door, and a large crack, appears in the door. Not enough for you to see out, but it does seem that you did some good damage to the door.
Okay, and the other 2 misses.
The other 2 miss.
Alright, and then that would be the end of my turn.
Elias.
I'm just gonna try the athletics check to break the door, because I feel like that is what Elias would do, and it is not gonna go well.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Well,
So you kind of... How do you go about trying to bust the door? Are you shoulder charging it, trying to kick it? What are you doing?
I just picture Elias trying to do a dramatic cloak billowing kick,
Okay.
and then his foot just bouncing off the door.
Yeah, so you try to kick, and you do fail to bust open the door, as your kick does nothing. That would be your action. Do you have anything else you would like to do?
I don't think Elias would use magic to bust through the door yet.
Okay. Sounds good. Next up is this guard. This guard is also going to move over with the spear. And we'll be able to get to you in one movement, and we'll attempt to attack you, Anarian, with the spear. But
This feels straight out of Shrek right now.
Does a 20 hit you?
That hits a
In
cat.
Cat form. For this much damage. 2 points of damage to your cat. as it grazes you.
Darn, I was hoping it won. Yeah, I turn back into an Aryan.
All right, you are now a Narian, and you can see that they are visibly shocked as you turn back. And Frederick...
And Aryan looks at him and goes, meow.
And Frederick goes, "Oh, another one of them was in disguise. Seize him now! Seize him!" Mariana.
So I guess she's gonna look around the room for anything particularly heavy, like a cast iron candelabra or just like something useful.
Okay, you could definitely find a candle here on this side table.
Like out of something heavy?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice size candle holder with 3, candles could go in it, and it's pretty big, nice and fancy.
Okay. Well, she's very weak, but she's gonna try this anyway, and gonna try and bash the door in the weak spot where Ignis cracked it.
Okay, give me an attack roll with just your strength modifier.
Just like roll straight strength, basically.
Yeah. You can just roll the plus next to your strength, or minus, whatever it is.
16.
Right, 16, you hit it. Go ahead and give me 1d4 for damage.
3.
3. All right, so you do 3 points of damage to the door as the cracks get a little bit larger in the door. But it is
And
still
then,
there.
could I pass it to Ignis as like a free interact?
If you want to.
Yeah.
Okay. She hands it out to you, Ignis. Anarian, you are up. You are no longer in cat form, and you have all of your gear because it was on you.
Anarian's gonna Blessing of the Raven Queen over to here.
Okay.
And then cast Sleet Storm and the rest of the room in front of him.
Oh, Sleet Storm, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the area on Sleet Storm?
A 40-foot radius.
Jeez. Okay. A 40-foot radius of Sleet Storm. That is fantastic. So it is like that. All right then. So you basically wanted the whole room. Is that right?
I didn't want the whole room. I wanted as far away from me as possible.
So if you put it against
So I'm
the
trying
door,
not.
it's gonna come all the way up to you.
Yeah.
So you'd still be in it. But...
Yeah, I'll still be in it.
Okay. So everybody, including yourself, are going to be in the sleet storm. So freezing rain and sleet fall in this whole entire area. It's heavily obscured, and exposed flames in the area are doused, all right? The ground in the area is covered with slick ice, making it difficult terrain. When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it falls prone. If a creature starts its turn in the spell's area and is concentrating on a spell, it must make a successful constitution saving throw against your spell save DC or lose concentration. Quick question, Horus. Invisibility, is it concentration?
It doesn't.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
So you are going to be affected by this, Horus. You have to make a con saving throw for me. What is your
15.
Okay, 15. So you lose your invisibility, Horus, and you pop back into the open right there where you are. In
But the
addition,
good news is they can't see you still.
in addition, Anarian and Horus also make me dex saving throws as soon as it comes, and these guards are also going to make dex saving throws.
I just make it. Thank God.
15, 17, and you said, what was your save again?
15.
15, okay. So you both make that. Starting guard at the top fails. The guard next to him to the left fails. The guard below him, the third guard, will fail. And Frederick, poor old Frederick over here, is going to absolutely fail. So all of them fall prone. All right. Nice.
I'm going to use my movement to move out.
Okay. Sounds good.
One space.
You can absolutely do that.
My goodness. My goodness.
All right. Effectively, Horus, you are blinded right now. And all of them are effectively blinded. You can't see anything. Okay. That your turn, Anarian?
That's my turn.
Okay. But this guard is up. And this guard is going to... Let me see. It says at the beginning of their turn too. The creature starts its turn, the spell area. Enters the spell area for the first time or starts its turn. So he's going to try to stand up, and he's going to make a dex saving throw as he tries to stand up. He fails. So he tries to stand up, and he falls down prone again. He will, I guess, then use the rest of his movement to stand back up. So basically his entire movement is spent trying to get up. And that's his turn. That's both of his actions. Well, actually, I suppose he has a dash as well. So it's half... No, because it's actually full movement to stand up because it's difficult terrain, so he'd have to dash. So it's his turn. Okay, this guard goes. He is going to attempt to stand up as well using his full movement because that is what that requires. And he has to make a dex save. He makes it. So he's able to stand up with his movement. And now he has his full movement, which is at half speed, as he starts to make his way down this way towards where you are blindly. And actually, right now, what I'll probably do, since you can't actually see what they're doing, is do this. Okay, Horus, you are up. What would you like to do, Horus?
I'm gonna take a step back.
Okay, at the start of your turn, you do have to make a dex save because you started within the area's effect. Okay, so you fall prone.
That only has my movement, right? So...
Well, so it's half your movement to stand up, but it is full movement to stand up because it's also difficult terrain.
I see.
So you would have to take a full movement to stand up.
Question.
Yes.
Even though he fell prone, what if he crawls?
You could crawl with an action 5 feet. So you could either stand up using your...
I'm gonna definitely crawl like 5 feet to move.
Okay.
to use my action.
Yeah, and it'll cost you 10 feet of movement because it's difficult terrain. But 10 feet of your movement crawls out. And then it would be half movement to stand up.
Yeah. So... Because I have 20.
Is your movement?
As of right.
Okay, so
Is no. 30 is my movement.
okay. So you
I'm
have
just
20 feet, but it costs you 15 feet of movement to stand up. Right.
yes. So I'm gonna do that.
Okay, and now you have 5 feet of movement left as your normal move.
Okay. I'm going to then move further one more.
Okay, sounds good.
Now I got a question.
Yep.
Because technically this door is diagonal for me within 5 feet.
Uh-huh.
As a free interact, could I unlock the door? Because
I would say it would be your action to use the key.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, then that's gonna be it.
Okay. But
I'll actually call out and be like, "Hold on, guys! Don't break down the door. I will open it."
okay, because you can also see the cracks in there. All right. Stuff and things happen here. All right. Igvis, you're up.
Alright, hearing Horus say that he'll unlock the door, I guess I'll just ready in action just to dash out once the door is unlocked / open.
Okay. Elias.
I'm also gonna ready in action. Also, are there any fiends around? Because I think I still have that spell active.
You do, and I am aware of that, and you do not sense any at the moment. Okay, but so you ready your action to dash out when the door opens.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to avoid the sleet storm though, because I don't want to lose my concentration.
To be fair, we don't know what the hell's going on. We just hear ice and we're just like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's true.
So we're just gonna dash out. We can still choose where we go. That's
Mariana, you're up.
I'm just gonna do the same, but also yell through the door. Are we fighting?
You can respond, Horus, if you'd like.
I don't know. I simply wanted to get a scouting of the place since they took our weapons. Cat person over here decided to cast whatever that is.
Okay.
It sounds like we're fighting.
Anarian, what would you like to do?
Do you want me to drop the storm? I can do it.
No, they're clearly already angry. Just do what we need to do. Get rid of them.
I can't see him anymore.
Step back maybe so they don't try to swing at you from inside.
I'm gonna here and already in action to attack them with my longbow if they attack anyone.
Okay. Sounds good. But oh man, this sleet storm, I'll tell you. Things happen.
I would probably call out to everybody. These guys don't know what's going on. Let's try not to kill them.
Non-lethal it is. It's not like I have my stabby bits on me.
And you hear a lot of like crashing about within the sleet storm area. It seems like a lot of bodies hitting the floor, metallic clanging. There's definitely some struggles going on in there at the moment.
What a good spell.
Alright, so that would be... Horus, you're up.
Well, I'm going to walk over here and unlock this door with my action.
Okay. You use your action, you unlock the door, and you all hear a click.
Hello!
Can our readies all go off so I can just dash out now?
Yes, you can dash out. Go ahead and take your movement.
Yeah, I'll move to there.
Okay, sounds good. Mariana,
Anybody
go ahead
else
and move.
move?
I'll just stay there.
Okay, Elias, go ahead and move.
All right, doors unlocked.
Yep, and open.
If I go through here, I'm in the sleet storm. It looks like.
You are not currently. You're just outside of it.
All right, can I see anyone?
You cannot.
No, because it.
It is. There is sleet and hail and everything just coming down in the area. It completely obscures your sight into the storm. It's like a gigantic blizzard.
So, are there any other hallways or doors we can see?
At the moment, there is one door over here that you can see.
I'm gonna go see what's behind that.
Okay, you can use your. Well, you can wait till your turn. You can dash as part of your ready to action on your turn. You can open it or do what you want with it.
All right.
Okay, cool. So Horus, you used your action to open the door. You used your free interact to open the door after unlocking it. You still have the rest of your movement if you wanted to go anywhere else. Or a bonus action if you had something to take.
I'll go in here, and I'm gonna go sit on the couch.
All right, sounds good.
I don't know, actually. It's 5. 15, 20. So I can get, like, right here.
Yep. All right. Stuff and things are going on behind the scenes. You see coming out of the sleet storm, like this, the butler, as he comes out right there. You have... Yeah, that's what you see. He comes out, so you won't get an attack of opportunity against him, because he's going to stop there.
What's up?
Oh, please don't hurt me. Igvis, you're up.
I know you said please and all, but, and so I think I'm just going to try and knock out the gentleman. I'm not going to try and kill him.
Okay. So, you know, how non-lethal works is when you get him to 0, you can choose at that point whether it's a lethal blow or a non-lethal blow.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me an attack roll. What are you using, your fists? Oh, that's all you
Yep.
have, right? Yeah. All right.
14.
You easily hit the 70-year-old man.
I'm sorry, dude. You can't have
Who
you
miraculously
heading-
did not break a hip.
Go ahead and give me some damage on the 70-year-old man.
You can't be getting more guards. That's all I'm saying. So 7.
7 damage will easily knock out the old man, and you want to do non-lethal, right? You said.
Yeah, I'm not trying to kill him.
Okay.
Just see
As,
judo chop him. Judo chop.
As he goes unconscious. Then we're gonna put the little unconscious symbol on him.
All right. Well, I guess I'll use my movement then to like move him to the room that Horus is in, if anything, and then just kind of go back to where I was.
Okay. Sounds good. So I mean, move yourself where you want to be with him, and I'll move him. Oh, you're going back to where you were. You said. I got you.
Yeah, I'm essentially dropping him right there, and then
Okay.
I'm gonna go back.
So Horus, you see Igvis just drag the body of this 70-year-old butler into the room. Elias, You are by that door. What would you like to do?
First, I'm going to check if it's locked with my free interact.
Okay, it seems like you could open it.
Well, yeah, I open it.
Okay, so it's your free interact to open it, so go ahead and do that in game. You can open the door. There you go. And this room, apart from the main entrance, which is down here, you can kind of see two big double doors. This room has two exits. The one that you just opened, and this one over here to the east. Across the way, there seems to be another door. A plaster shelf lined with ornate vases circles the room at a height of 9 feet all around the room. Spread across the flagstone floor here is a large rug of an exquisite design depicting a royal coronation. 2 tapestries hanging on the walls depict a dragon flying over a ship and pilgrims on camels, respectively. So you see that as you open the door. So that's just your free interact. You still have your movement, action, bonus action if you so choose.
So,
as you open that door, your detect evil goes off. And you detect in this corner and that corner of the room fiends.
do I know the type of fiend?
You just know, I believe, with the spell. You'll know what the spell says. It says you detect if it's within 30 feet of you as where it's located. Yeah, so you don't. All you know is that it's a fiend.
Okay, because I know there's some versions where it gets you the type, but
yeah, specifically in these corners on top of those shelves that are lining closer to the ceiling, 9 feet up. But you have your movement action.
okay. So, I'm as I guess Elias is gonna say, "All right, guys, back me up on this." And then I guess spirit weapon.
Spiritual weapon. All right. Sounds good.
That's bonus action, though, to be clear.
Okay. Where do you want it?
It is going to attack the fiend in the near corner.
Which corner? The top or bottom corner? The top one's
corner.
closest to you. Okay.
Yeah. Closest fiend gets spirit weapon.
Okay.
You might need to roll an attack again, just because invisibility makes you have to roll at disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what you got. Yeah, so roll again, because it will have disadvantage because the creatures are invisible. Or what you're attacking you can't see.
Alright, so that's 1d20 plus my wisdom.
1d20 plus 7. Okay.
Wait, so it's 21 to hit.
21. So your damage was 7 damage. It seems. Cool.
Do I know? I take it I still detect it, though.
You do still detect it in that corner, but you do not see it.
Alright, well, to level the playing field of shenanigans, I'm gonna use that as my action.
Okay. Sounds good. So 3 illusionary duplicates of yourself appear. Now that mirror image, is that concentration?
Nope.
Okay.
I explicitly checked that it wasn't
Yeah, it is
concentration
not.
before casting.
It is not.
What?
Yeah, it's not. Okay. So that's your turn then, unless you want to move.
Nope. Well, actually, yes. And then Elias is going to tell Mariana and Anarian that he detected fiends and he shows violence.
Igvis doesn't need to know.
Ignis
I'm
was
right
mean last
here.
night. Ignis was mean last night, so you know if the fiends catch him off guard.
Okay.
You know I'm
Stuff.
right here, right?
Stuff and things are happening. Stuff. Mariana, you're up.
Well, I still can't see literally anybody to attack. So I guess I'll prepare an Eldritch Blast for if either a fiend becomes visible or one of the guards comes out of the sleet storm.
Okay. Sounds good. Anarian, what would you like to do?
Guys, are we gonna fight all these guys or are we gonna run?
That's a good
And
point. We
they're
can
in
just
the
go
site.
further in.
Do we want to leave that many enemies behind us?
Let's just take them out.
So do y'all want me to drop the storm?
Would you happen
Or
to
should
know
we
if
pick
you
'em up the
drop the
second round?
storm, would the floor still be icy? Or does the ice kind of just melt instantly?
I have no idea.
I mean, you would know how your spell works. It would all disappear. The ice is also, it's a magical effect. So the whole room would be cleared of the ice and the storm and everything.
I say it's keeping them busy.
One at a time as they exit then.
Okay, then I'll ready my action to attack if one of them attacks someone. 'Cause I'm not going to shoot someone who's not being aggressive to us.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. I'm just getting your spiritual weapon token here on the battlefield as well. Boom. Okay, it's up there in the corner. Stuff and things. Mariana. Maybe. Give me a second. What's your AC, Mariana?
15? 15.
15. So a small creature appears next to you.
And I
And,
Eldritch Blast him?
You absolutely can. He first stings you, and then you Eldritch Blast, because you don't see him until he stings you.
It's going to be a
and
20 to
pops
hit.
into existence. That will hit for how much damage? Go ahead and roll damage. For 8 damage.
8.
All right. But he will sting you, and I am going to need a con saving throw from you. You are going to take this much damage plus...
Oof, 9.
Okay. So you're going to take this much damage from the sting as it comes out with this little tail and stings you with the tail. And then, in addition, I just want to also share this. This is what it looks like. It stings you with that tail, and then you also take this much poison damage. Take 6 points of poison damage. So 5 from the sting, 6 poison for 11 total. And then you do your Eldritch Blast. And actually, roll me your Eldritch Blast at disadvantage, sorry, because you are in melee range of him. So it is at disadvantage. So just roll another attack roll.
Yeah, it's a 10 this time.
Okay, so your Eldritch Blast actually misses. So he stings you, and you feel this tingling sensation as he stings you in your shoulder, kind of go down your arm, and you take that poison damage as well. That is it.
He attacks, so can I attack him?
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot you had a ready to action. So go ahead and attack. And you were attacking with what again? Your longbow?
I'm going to use Guiding Bolt on him.
Okay.
$16 to hit.
16 to hit. Yes. 16 will hit.
The worst damage I could do, basically 12 damage.
12 damage. Well, your 12 damage is plenty as you blast him from existence.
Mariana, I think you had a mosquito on you.
Well then, Mariana, another one pops up as it attacks you from that same spot. 18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And I'm going to need another con save.
8. I have a +6 to con.
So you take this much from the sting, and then you take this much poison damage. So 6 from the sting, 14 poison damage for 20 points of damage total from the imp as it appears. And just that is its turn. Stuff and things are happening. Things and things. All right. Igvis. This guard appears from the sleet storm there. You were ready in an action, right?
I don't have a ready to action.
You don't. Okay. So he appears out right there, and then he attacks you. right from where he is with his spears. Goes, "Ah!"
Is he ignoring the fiend?
He attacks Igvis, is what you see. And the fiend is clearly visible.
So would I have to make an insight to know if he was deliberately ignoring the fiend?
No, I mean, he sees it and attacks Igvis anyway.
All right, lethal it is.
So 12 to hit you, Igvis, will miss, I assume.
Yeah. I'll just take his spear and shove it to the side.
Nice. That's his turn. Mariana. Another imp appears right here and attacks you.
Wait, was there another one I didn't sense?
It seems like it. You now sense 2.
Well, wait, wouldn't I have sensed them before they revealed themselves?
You sense the ones that I told you sensed before.
And I do still have that spell up. I haven't done any other concentration spells or taken damage.
I understand. You sense the ones that you had sensed before, and you have seen what you have seen so far. 22 to hit, Mariana. Will hit you. So go ahead and give me another con save.
17.
17 will make it so you're going to take half of the poison damage. So you're going to take this much from the sting, and then you're going to take half of this. So 7. So you're going to take 12 total points of damage.
I'm down.
All right. Mariana is down as these imps come out, and they laugh with joyful glee as she goes to the ground. All right. That is that. Igvis. You feel right in front of you somebody kind of bump into you for a second. And then they move off to this side of you, another guard. And that guard is going to attack you.
I was going to ask if they had to roll again because they were still in the sleep, but it's fine.
Yes, but yes. I'm sorry. I didn't roll for that.
I'm just hoping he might not get an attack.
Yes, good call here. Okay, so he doesn't get an attack. He does manage, though, after falling down, to get up, and then he's able to move in there with his dash.
Sounds good.
So he is there. He's flanking you. Horus, you're up.
Well,
You go in to sit down, and then as you look back out the door, you see 2 fiends stab Mariana. She goes down. You see guards surrounding Igvis. Sleet is still going everywhere.
move over there.
You go over there, and what do you do? Well, that's a double move for you, actually, to get there, right?
Is it
20
Hold
feet?
on.
No, you have 30 feet, you said, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking you had 20 feet. Yeah, no, so that, you get there with 1 movement. You still have an action, possible bonus action.
I was very confident in coming over here. There's these 2 little buddies. The spiritual weapons in the corner. Okay. I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds on this one.
Okay. Inflict wounds. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
It's a 24 hit.
24 absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll me damage. And what kind of damage is
It's
this?
necrotic.
Necrotic. Okay.
11 damage.
11 necrotic damage. Okay, sounds good. As you do 11 damage, and it dissipates in a pile of black ash.
There's demons now? Oh, sorry, devils. Wouldn't want to offend your kind.
I thought you've been following us for a while. They've been hanging around.
Igvis, you are up.
You're lucky I'm not in the mood to beat the hell out of yours. I'll fly. Basically, I'm going to move out of this guard's range and get to where that fiend was.
Okay.
And I'll attack the one in front of me.
Okay, sounds good. The guard is going to get an attack of opportunity, the one that was flanking you, over here. $21 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right, and it will do this much damage. 3 points of damage. It's but a flesh wound with the spear. And you...
Yeah, I figured these imps were a little bit more dangerous when I saw what they did to Mariana.
Yeah, and so you move there.
So I'll go ahead and attack the one in front of me.
Sounds good. Give me an attack.
12 to hit.
12 will miss.
Second attack, 18
18 will hit.
for 5 damage.
And you notice as you attack it with your fist there, are your fists anything special from Monk? Do they count as
Not yet. I believe next level they'll count as magical for damage resistance.
Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like your fist fully goes through, as it has like this hardened armor from its scales and spikes on the outside.
Okay. And then I'm going to use a key point for a flurry.
Okay.
Uh, 16 to hit.
That will hit.
For 9 damage.
And you take it down with that final punch.
And with my last hit, because I have one more, I'll basically just touch Mariana on her ankle, and I'll use a Hand of Healing.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead and roll your hand.
For 7.
7. You gain 7 hit points back, Mariana, and you are no longer unconscious.
And with my free interact, I'm just going to close this door.
Okay. Sounds good.
Just in case there's more of them.
All right. You close the door. Bump.
Hey, where's my spirit weapon?
Inside the door.
On the other side of the door.
That was my attack plan.
Yep. But stuff and things happen. You see that door open, Igvis.
At least I knew it was coming, I suppose.
You are attacked as another one of these things appears. For 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right. Give me a con save.
$14.
Okay. So you make the save, so you're going to take half of the poison damage. So this is from the sting. You take 4 points. And then you take half of the poison, which is 10, so 5, so 9 points total.
Okay.
And it again laughs with glee. Elias, you're up.
So I'm gonna spirit weapon. Am I in a threatened square / can I move?
Are you in a threatened square / can you move? You are in a threatened square, yes, by this guard.
So if
That
I
is
move,
right
I
next to
threaten, and I take an attack of opportunity.
If you move out of his reach.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, he already used his reaction to attack me.
Ah, that's right. All right. So first, I'm gonna use my spirit weapon, and I'm just gonna throw it at the fiend that just attacked Ignis.
Okay, so this spirit weapon comes down there. And go ahead and give me a roll.
I was honestly hoping for some reason that these fiends wouldn't be able to open doors.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought they were gonna be like spiders when I attacked them. All right, so 22 hits.
22 hits. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Forgot the damage on my spirit weapon. Give me a moment.
And can you confirm, can you see that whole room that the spirit weapon is in for me? Just tell me if you see the whole thing.
Yeah.
You can see everything in that room?
I could before I...
Okay.
Your spirit weapon's also 1d8 plus 4.
There's 11 do a lot.
Does 11 do a lot? Yeah, that's 11 force damage, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So you bash it from existence.
So like my spirit weapon just cleaves straight through it.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of imagine it like going through and just stopping in front of Ignis.
All right. And, I mean, you can actually move your spirit weapon. You should be able to move that token. Just verify that for me. A little sword there. Cool. All right. So that is your bonus action, right? For your spirit weapon.
Yes.
You have anything else you'd like to do?
Well, I got to do something to these guards, but I don't have weapons, so I'm thinking. The guard nearest to me give me a deck save.
A deck save?
Deck save.
The one right next to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So this guard will roll.
Yep.
20.
I had a good shot there. Now I'm gonna back into the corner.
Okay, go ahead and move.
And remember, there are 3 of me. Oh, do I detect any fiends?
You do not at the moment.
Actually, I'm gonna go more over to this corner. So I'm by Ignis, but out of range of the door. Let me know if I detect any fiends.
Okay, you do not at the moment.
You just want all of us in front of you, let's be real.
Nah, I was actually trying to get as close to the door as possible so that I could detect the fiends and try to warn us about them.
All right. So you moved, used your bonus action, used your action to Sacred Flame. If you're ready, you can pass the turn in game.
I'll pass the turn. I'm also going to let them know that I didn't detect the last two fiends, so Elias is suspicious.
All right.
He's going to kind of like try to focus on if he can feel them moving towards us, because currently he thinks someone's summoning them.
Okay. Igvis, down here below in that other room, you hear the two big double doors open. And there is a guard that comes in. He comes up to here, and he attacks you.
He can move pretty far.
Yeah, that was 30 feet.
Cool. I can't see where the doors are, so I was like, yeah, you move pretty far.
10 to hit will miss.
I'll make him stab his friend. Just kidding.
All right. Then Igvis. You see another guard come through that same door. And stops there. Stuff and things. Anarian, you see from where you are over here in that other room, this door, you see it open. You do not see anything come out of it, though. And then,
guys, there may be more people coming.
And then, Elias, your radar goes off for Fiend. Basically, right over the dead body, not the dead body, the unconscious body of the butler.
So, like, as far as he could tell, just, like, appeared there.
Yes. It was not there, and then all of a sudden, I sense it, and it's there. It's, like, right at the edge of your field, your radius.
Elias is going to whisper to Mariana that he detects a fiend and indicate the square.
Okay. This, 5... This one also comes up to the door. This guard right there. We have a roll to make because of this storm. It is a fail. So his full movement getting up. And then this guard comes out of the sleet storm right there. And he will move in to here. Actually, he'll move all the way in there. That is his turn. Mariana, you're up.
Alright, Mariana's going to use free interact to pull out a potion. And action to drink that.
Okay, sounds good. So that's free interact to pull it out, action to drink it. You still have bonus action and movement if you so wish to take it. And go ahead and roll your potion healing. Cool. 8 points of healing. You have it set on private, by the way. I revealed it, though.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I had that for if I had to do saving throws.
Okay, so 8 points of healing. And then do you have a bonus action and or move that you would like to?
We're going to throw up a tentacle right next to Horus.
All right. A tentacle right next to Horus in that square. Love it. As I find you a good tentacle mini since you use it so often. But go ahead in the meantime. It gets to make an attack right away, right? So who would you like to attack with it?
Let's do that one that's right next to me.
Okay, sounds good.
With a 10.
A 10 will miss, unfortunately.
We're still hidden.
What?
Your dice roll is still hidden.
Oh, I shall reveal that one.
I fixed it.
All right. Anarian, you are up.
Anarian sees him kind of standing there and just reaches out and touches him and casts inflict wounds on him.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm glad I saved the butler at least.
11. I'm even worse than
11! Oh, man. Yeah, 11 is going to miss.
And as my bonus action, I want to take on the starry form of the chalice.
Cool. Nice.
Anarian
nice.
starts to glow.
Glowing Anarian.
And that's my turn.
All right, go ahead and pass the turn. All right. Stuff and things. Does your tentacle have any hit points, by the way,
Let me take a look.
Mariana?
It looks like it just acts like the spiritual weapon, just not a spiritual weapon, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it can't be like attacked or anything like
No.
that. Okay. And again, I am going to here give you ownership of this. We're gonna put it right there. Maybe we'll make it just a little bit bigger. Because it is a big tentacle.
Yeah.
Awesome. And you should be able to move it. And control it.
Yep.
Cool. Alright. So there are stuff and things.
I wonder how many of the guards upstairs are also running down here because of the giant snowstorm.
So you do, Elias, sense the presence of another fiend, yet again, that enters your range, it seems, from this room. And then it ends next to Anarian, to the left of Anarian.
Elias is going to warn Anarian there's a fiend by him.
Okay. Then another guard comes here. Actually, there. And he will attempt to attack you, Igvis, from that doorway. You're going to have cover from this.
That's +2 to my AC.
Which is plus... I believe it's +2. Give me a second. Yeah, you're gonna have...
It depends if you call it half or
half
3/4.
cover.
So 2 to AC.
So 2. Okay. So you're gonna have half cover this, so +2 to your AC, so you take that into account with your AC here.
Yep.
21.
Hits.
Okay. For a total of 5 points of damage.
Also, I'm
Okay.
gonna roll a d4 real quick. I realized I didn't do my voice and sea charges when we long rested, so that's just all I'm doing.
Okay. 2. Okay, so that guard hit you for the 5 points, and that's his turn. Stuff and thing happens. Elias, you sense yet another fiend that stops its movement to the bottom left of an Aryan.
Elias is going to warn an Aryan that he's getting surrounded by fiends.
All right, sounds good. And Anarian doesn't see anything, but Elias is just, hey, man, you got a fiend by you, and oh wait, there's another one by you. You're just surrounded, man. All right, this guard is up. This guard goes, ah! And tries to stab the tentacle, which will just kind of go through the tentacle with its action. And then he will say, the tentacle's an illusion. Focus them. And then he will move.
Oh, also, just remember, there's 3 Elias right now, just for the chaos.
Yeah. Stuff and things. You see yet again, Igvis, another guard enter the room. This guard.
They just keep multiplying. Jeez.
Yeah, it's okay. We can just cut down to maybe stuff or things, you know?
This guard is up. This guard is going to take a step here and is going to attack you, Horus. With advantage. That is a nat 20. For this much damage. For 14 points of damage as he stabs you with his spear. And then it is your turn, Horus.
Oi. Well, I guess I'm just gonna attack him.
All
How
right.
dare he leave my range? I'm going to then once again cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay. On the guy who stabbed you.
Does a 15 hit?
A 15 misses.
Ah, what a guy, what a dude.
So that's your action.
Actually, oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Dumb thought process. I guess technically he's still there. What a good formation.
We can occupy the spot that the tentacle's in, right? If we wanted to.
You can.
Yeah,
I believe.
was just making sure.
Can you confirm that, Mariana, that people can be in the same square? I believe you can. I think that's how we rule.
I mean, if it doesn't have hit points and you can't attack it, I imagine that you can move in its space. It doesn't
It's like
say
a
anything
spectral
specific about it.
tentacle, so I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna try something stupid. I know he'll get an attack of opportunity.
Yep,
This one down
and
here.
he'll get it at advantage. So 17 to hit.
Just barely, but does.
Okay. For this much damage. For 9 points of damage.
Okay. And then I'm going to move into the cloud. Now,
Make me a dex save.
okay. fall prone. However, I am now unseeable.
You are on the ground. Sounds good. You are prone on the ground as you slip on the ice, and you all just see him go into the web of sleet out of your view, and then you hear a large bang.
I like to imagine he just went into it slip and slide style.
I was imagining the Homer thing where he just like turns around and like.
Did you have
vanishes
any
into the
other
webs.
spells you were concentrating on, Horus?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool. Is that your turn?
That would be my turn, yes.
All right, go ahead and pass it. Ignis, your friend Horus has just bailed, and you are surrounded by a bunch of guards. What would you like to do?
I think I'm just gonna like tuck in my shoulders, go down into a boxing stance, and just be like, "All right, let's go."
Okay, sounds good. Who are you attacking?
I'm starting with this one just above me.
Okay.
16 to hit.
16 will hit.
Sorry, I think my whole system just froze. Give me a second.
Oh no!
Nah, okay, looks like we're good.
All right.
For 6 damage,
6 damage. All right. Still up.
I'll spend a key to add this to it for necrotic. For 9 necrotic as well.
Woo! 9 necrotic. So hand of harm, you just add whenever you hit, right?
I can add it, but I can only do it once a turn.
I got you. Okay. So 9 necrotic, and you melt him.
So you see me essentially just punch his like chest, and then from there, just blood starts spurting from his arms.
Yeah. Gross.
And then we're going to flurry, the one to my right.
All right. And the chat of the stream says, "Shake in fear, Igvis."
For a 25 and a 21 total.
25 and 21 to the one to your right. Both would hit.
Okay. First one is 10.
All right. Still up after the 10.
And the second one is 8.
All right. And he goes down.
And then after I do that, I think I'll just hold my position so that they can't get in.
Okay. Sounds good. Elias, you are up.
So essentially, it just needs to go and just melt people. Oh wait, I think I actually have one more attack, don't I? Because I used Hand of Harm, right?
You used Hand of Harm on your first attack.
And then a flurry. So I actually have one more attack left.
Well, wait. And you used 2 flurry attacks.
Correct. So I should have one more unarmed strike because I'm level 5 now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Who would you attack with it?
The one around this corner here, like the top one.
He's gonna have cover as well, but you do hit.
And we'll hit him for 10.
All right, 10 points of damage, and he's still up.
Okay, and now my turn's up.
All right, Elias, what would you like to do?
So, first off, I'm going to have the one in front of Mariana make a will save. I'm sorry, make a dex save.
The one to the left here?
Yes.
Okay. 16, which makes the save against Sacred Flame.
Yeah, I feel like, I have a good shot at doing this. They're just rolling well.
It was a good roll. You rolled a nat 15 on the die.
I know. I mean, they only have a +1 from what I'm seeing, so they have a high chance to pay.
This is true. All right, that's your action, Sacred Flame. You still have bonus action and movement if you wish to take it, and you do have a spiritual weapon up.
Oh, yeah. I'm using that spiritual.
So where would you like the spiritual weapon to
I'm gonna attack the one in the door because he's kind of stopping it.
The one in the door. Okay, there is... Well, from your direction, you only see one. Okay, so send the spiritual weapon in there. You should be able to move it.
It's a D20 plus 7, right?
I believe so. I believe that is what your character sheet says. $22 will hit. And move your spiritual weapon for me. Up
Is
there.
my formula off or something? Because it's rolled 15s a lot.
I guess you just like 15s. Maybe you should gamble. But, okay, that will hit. And then roll me your damage.
Which is 1d8 plus 4.
1d8 plus 4.
Yes. Ooh, max damage. And you smack him and obliterate him with your spiritual weapon.
All right, and then I think I'm going to call my turn here.
All right, go ahead and pass it. All right, this one here is up. This one is going to move up to you, Igvis, and is going to ready an action to attack you. Let's see. Anarian. You see this guy pop up next to you. Right there. And he attacks you. This little imp. For a 22 to hit.
That hit.
All right, and I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Six.
So that will fail. So you're going to take this much sting damage, 7 points of sting, and then this much poison damage. 12. So 19 total damage from that attack. And that's
Then I need to make another con save for my sleet storm,
correct. You're gonna have to make a concentration.
which fails.
All right, so your
One.
sleep
Got a net one.
storm is now gone. Niall, making the move to get into the sleet storm, he falls over, and as it, goes away, you all see, not Niall, sorry, Horus, on the ground there, kind of with his hands over his head, I imagine. As Horus, you look up and you're like, uh-oh, where did it go? It is gone. You are just there, laying on the ground, wide in the open.
What's up, Horus?
This guard is up. This guard is going to attack Mariana. $16 to hit.
I totally forgot about this earlier, but I'm going to use shield.
Okay. Shield!
That might have helped you with all the
Yeah,
I
it's been so long since we've done
assume-
combat that I just...
I
yeah,
assume with the shield bonus that will miss.
it will.
Okay. Perfect. All right. That's the guard's turn. Mariana, you're up now.
All right, so first I'm going to move the tentacle over one and smack the imp.
Sounds good. Smacking the imp.
20.
20 will hit the imp. What kind of damage does your tentacle do?
cold.
Okay. So for 5 cold damage, and as you attack that imp, it seems like it doesn't necessarily bother the imp as much as you would expect it to bother the imp.
And then for my action, I'm gonna do armor bag at this.
All right. Armor. Okay. Cool. So you have 5 temporary hit points. And if they hit you, they take cold damage while you have the temporary hit points.
Yeah.
Cool. Anarian, you are up.
Anarian is going to give a little peace sign to the imp and blessing of the Raven Queen away
All right.
to here.
Sounds good.
And then he's going to conjure a CR2 beast.
Okay. What?
You get to choose which one, though.
I get to choose which one. All right. We are going to roll randomly on the table. How about that?
You want the choices?
Yeah, give me the choices.
Giant boar, giant constrictor snake, giant elk, hunter shark, plesiosaurus, polar bear, rhinoceros, or saber-toothed tiger.
All right. This is for. So they
I'm
actually
putting
give
them
you
in the chat.
Okay, you put him in the chat. Yeah, put him in the chat for me if you can copy paste.
Do we need to consider based on what will fit in a hallway?
They're all large, so they're all like 15 feet.
Okay, I also have to step there too. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 choices. So I'm gonna roll 1d8.
Please be the shark. That would just be funny to me.
And where are you summoning it, by the way?
I was kind of waiting to see which one I was going to summon, but probably
I'll
at
say
least 20
you pick
feet
the
away.
location and what appears.
At least 20 feet away from this guy here. So,
like
right.
Next to you, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. 2, you summon a giant constrictor snake.
Awesome. Let me get that stat block. Just 1 second.
It's a huge beast. So this is big. All right, guys, making me work here with all the tokens.
My dude's easy. I punch things.
Okay, giant constrictor snake. Okay, and
We won't stop
while I'm
until
doing
every
this,
party member has a summon.
Right. While I'm doing this, what would you like to do with your snake that you summon right next to you?
It's going to move up and it's going to constrict the one right in front of me. So it's going to move.
All right, cool.
Constrict this guy.
That is great. So go ahead and roll the hit.
It misses.
Okay, it misses. As the guard screams in terror and then lets out a sigh as it misses.
And that's my turn. Let me end it.
Cool. Stuff and things are going to happen here. I am going to just minimize that at this point, in case I need it again, to just make more tokens. Here is your giant snake. How many hit points does your snake have?
60.
60
Dear Lord.
points. Wow. This is a friendly giant constrictor snake, luckily. All right.
That's a CR2?
That is
Yep.
what it says. And we're going
I
to give
see.
you
So-
ownership here. Configure ownership.
I see. So 5e just lets you just summon crazy things, and it's definitely not a challenge.
There's your huge beast. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's ridiculous. How is that a challenge rating too? I want
is-
Wizards of the Coast to explain to me right now how a regular person walks up to that and goes, "Oh, it's not that hard to kill."
I think I could
was
just
really-
walk out of this room and just let this kill all the guards on its own.
I was really hoping I would get the rhinoceros, though. I was just aiming for that.
It just has to move with its mouth open and everything's gone.
Mariana, this imp appears next to you and attacks you. You still have your shield up. He will have advantage, though. 20 to hit with your shield.
20 is the AC with the shield.
All right, so he does hit you, so I am going to need a Constitution saving throw.
24.
Okay, so you'll take half of the poison damage. So he does this much sting damage. 7 points of sting. And you take half of this in poison. 11, so 5. So 12 total points of damage. With sting and poison combined.
So it'll take the 5 cold damage.
It will. And again, it seems like that doesn't affect him as much as you would like it to. And now your armor is off. Does it burn through the temp hit points?
Okay.
All right. And that is its turn. This guard is up and is absolutely terrified seeing that snake appear. He is going to ready in action to attack you, Igvis. And then Mariana, another creature appears and attacks you. And this will be at advantage as well. 18, which will miss with your shield. Because you said it was 20, right?
Hang on, why is it at advantage?
Because they were
'Cause I'm not-
invisible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when they first attack you while invisible, they get advantage. But the 18 does miss you, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, this guard is up. This guard is absolutely terrified. And he will attack the giant snake. You see, Horus, that he had his spear pointed towards you on the ground. And then when the snake popped up, he went, "Ah!" And he turned around and he tries to stab the snake.
In some ways, this has saved me. In other ways, this terrifies me.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't see an Aryan summon this snake, so you just see a snake pop up.
I'll take it, I guess.
All right. Here is the guard's attack on the snake. A 9 to hit the snake.
It misses.
Right? He misses the snake. At this point, Igvis, the two guards that were holding their attacks are both going to attack you.
I figured they were trying to wait for flanking.
And they were. So, first guard will miss. And second guard
Is this the one around the corner? Oh, it doesn't matter. Never
will
mind.
miss. They will both miss. And then you see another guard come up, Igvis. And
Just apparate?
no, he walks in.
Okay.
And that is where he gets to. This other guard is going to move here. Is going to drop his spear. It's a free action. Free interact, pull out his crossbow, and then attack you with the crossbow. But and we'll miss you with the crossbow.
I was kind of hoping he was going to hit. Be the first time I got to use my reaction.
Horus, you're up. You are prone on the ground. Cowering beneath a huge constrictor snake.
I wouldn't use the word cowering. I think at this point that I've hit my head a little too hard. I'm gonna look at the snake after getting up and kind of dusting myself off, and yeah, great. Then I'm going to So I cast 2 inflict wounds, so I've used it twice. That's all I can use. Can I? I'm going to that one, that little imp. I'm going to cast lightning lure on it.
Which one? Sorry, pay again. Okay. Lightning lure.
It needs to make a strength saving throw and beat a 15 or take 9 damage and be pulled right next to me.
Okay.
Or sorry, 10 feet in a straight line.
Strength saving throw. 17.
Is that advantage?
It was. You can ignore game mechanics that you don't know about.
Okay. I didn't know. When I asked that, it wasn't because I was like.
Yeah. It was. He did make it at advantage.
Okay.
For reasons.
Sounds good. Well, I tried. Give it the good old College of Bard try.
All right.
That's gonna be it.
Okay.
Did you stand up?
I did stand up.
Okay, just want to make sure you said it because I didn't hear you say it.
Yeah, I stood up. I said I stood up and dusted myself off and then looked at your giant... Wow, the giant snake.
Igvis, you're up.
I'm having an internal debate. I guess I'll just call them Mariana. Do you need help now?
I got her.
I mean, fair.
I think the fiends are our biggest problem, but you do you.
If I move, I'm going to take 3 attacks of opportunity just to try and get there.
Well, you're also the only thing stopping the guards from swarming us, which will be problematic in its own right.
Yeah, do what Igvis would do, though. Normally
Actually,
you wouldn't have a ton of time to strategize. Maybe
Actually,
a
I think
sentence or two.
I think I know what I would do.
Okay.
Door. Close the door.
Okay. You
I
close
then
the
move
door.
next to Mariana.
Sounds good. You close the doors, you free interact, and then move down to Mariana. All right.
Time to take some swings.
And you actually
And
you can't be in that square though, because that's the same. You can't be in the same square as this creature.
Can I fly above the creature? Okay, that's fine. Uh, 19 to hit.
19 to hit will hit. Yes, absolutely. The imp, and this is with your fists.
Correct.
Okay.
For 8 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend another key to do the Hand of Harm. For another 9.
Okay. So this is
A necrotic
8
for
points
that one.
of bludgeoning, and then 9 necrotic. Okay. So you take it down.
Okay, step into its spot.
Okay.
Second attack. For 12, which I think we said missed before.
A 12 does miss. Yes.
And then I'm gonna flurry.
All right.
25.
25
For
will hit.
6.
For 6 points of damage, and again, it doesn't seem like it's all as effective as you would like it to be.
And a tap on the shoulder for Mariana. For 9.
All right. 9 points of healing, Mariana.
Sweet, thank you.
Is that
All
your
right,
turn?
now, yeah. Then I'm like, I'm a little tapped now, and then I'll end my turn.
Okay.
all right, my turn. Anyone need healing? First things first.
I'm a little better off, but not great.
We're all a little rough, if that makes you feel better.
So should I heal Mariana or
I'm
do
under
sacred?
half.
Ice would 100% heal you if you thought you were under half. So have 8 points of healing.
All right. So that your action is
So-
to cure wounds.
So am I still is my detect evil and good still active?
It is. I mean, you
Um,
haven't taken any damage, right?
No, I've not taken any damage,
Yeah, so
but
it's
I know
still
it only
active.
lasted a minute, so
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be.
It is still active.
All right, let me know when it's about to expire.
Okay.
All right, next I'm gonna use my bonus action. I suspect I'm at disadvantage because I can't see, but Elias has just kind of like moved the knife to where he remembered seeing guards with spirit weapon.
Okay, your spirit weapon is currently in the space of a guard up here.
Yeah, so he's gonna try to attack that guy.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. 1d20 plus whatever it was, 7. $26 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
D8 plus 4, right? 1d8 plus.
Yes. $11 points of damage, and he goes down.
So,
You
out of
just hear shouting
curiosity,
from the other room.
is the guard who was kind of smug with us earlier still there?
That guard is this one right here.
I'm gonna look him dead in the eye. I promised that I did promise the Lady Vanthampur wouldn't find us boring.
And you say that, and he is totally occupied with that snake.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna pass the turn though.
Okay. All right, this guard is up. This guard is going to move. We'll move here. And then we'll attack. Well, actually, this guard will just move right here, and then we'll attack Mariana. And we'll roll at advantage because of flanking. 17. Your
That'll
turn.
hit.
That'll hit. For this much damage. For 7 points of damage. And that's his turn. This imp is up. This imp is going to, I think, come down here and attack you, Ignis.
Yep.
And he will actually come into this corner. So attacks you with that stinger of his with a nat 20. I need a Constitution saving throw. Must you take a nasty sting.
13.
13. You save, so you're going to take half of the poison damage, but it's a crit. So 7 damage from the normal thing. And then you're going to take half of this in poison damage. So 17, so you're going to take 8 poison damage.
Gonna wince a lot, but I'm still standing.
All right. That is that imp's turn. All right. This guard is up. This guard's going to attack you, Igvis. $20 to hit.
Yep.
All right, for this much damage. For 2 points of damage. Min damage.
All right.
And that guard is going to hold their ground. Mariana, you are up.
Alright, first the tentacle's gonna swing at the guard that just attacked Igvis.
All right.
An 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Tentacle
5.
damage. 5 points of damage, and it's cold damage. Okay.
Just real quick, the door should be open, right? Since the door phased through the wall.
Correct.
Okay,
Thank
just
you.
wanted to make sure.
Yes, the door is open.
And I'm gonna shocking grasp the guard.
All right, shocking grasp on the guard.
23.
23. 23 will hit.
10.
10 points.
Is he wearing metal?
Damage. He absolutely is wearing metal.
Don't you get some extra on shocking grafts?
You get advantage.
Advantage on the attack, but you did already. I mean, you can roll again in case you crit. I mean, just if you
I
want to
did
see if
not.
you crit. But you do take him down even with your shocking grasp. So bonus action with the tentacle. Action to shocking grasp. You have a movement, which you will not take a Narian. Your turn.
All right, Anarian is going to shoot. Actually, he's going to move over 1 square, and he's going to shoot his longbow at the imp. Actually, he's not going to move. Never mind. He can count that as movement, but he's going to stay right here. He's going to shoot the longbow at this imp.
Okay. The imp is going to have cover from that giant freaking snake and other stuff in the way. But you can shoot.
24.
24 will hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
11 damage.
And this is just a normal longbow, right?
Longbow, yeah, piercing damage.
Okay.
Actually, wait 1 second. Let me read my. It has the Ruby of the War Mage attached to it. I don't know if that makes it magical. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, just wanted to check.
All right. So it doesn't seem like it affects it as much as you would like it to. But it does seem to damage the imp.
Like, darn. And then he's going to cast Healing Word on Igvis.
What's the range of healing word?
120 feet.
Okay.
Or 60 feet, sorry, 60 feet.
Okie dokie.
5 on Igvis. And that procs my chalice. So I'm going to use the chalice on Mariana.
You get to reroll ones, by the way, for healing.
Oh, well, I
For
rolled
both of
ones.
those healings.
Yep, so re-roll the ones for all healing. Infinite number of times. But please don't roll an infinite number of ones.
I rolled 2 on the first one.
Okay, so 6 for Ignis.
I will take it.
And 9 for other.
Okay, 9 for Mariana. Sounds good.
And then it's the snake's turn. He's going to try to constrict the guard that he's fighting as well.
All right. Let's do it.
Twenty.
20 will absolutely hit the guard. Go ahead and roll me damage, and the guard is grappled. The snake wraps its coil around the guard and squeezes.
He's got to make it's a check. So 7 damage, and I need a DC 16.
Well,
Oh no, he's grappled.
He's
Then on the
grappled, and
next
when he
turn,
wants,
he's
when he
restrained.
on his turn, he can try and escape.
Yeah, okay.
Or he could attack. A grappled creature can still attack.
Yeah.
It just can't move. All right. So for how much damage again, though? It was
7.
7. All right. He is incredibly afraid. All right, Anarian.
And then also says, the snake's gonna eat you, just so you know.
I do not envy that man.
All right. This imp is going to move here and is going to attack you, Igvis. $21 to hit.
Yep.
I need a Constitution saving throw.
18.
All right, so you save, so you'll take half of the poison damage. So you take this much stinger, 5 stinger, and you take half of this in poison. You take 4 points of poison damage, so 9 total. And then it will move back into this position here.
I'm standing, but just barely.
I'm super proud.
Guard here is going to move into the room, assess the situation for a second. Will
Tentacle and giant snake.
assess the situation coming into the room. Is going to come here, see his buddy over there all grappled, and I think he's just going to come up this way and attack the snake.
I mean, I guess that is a response to a giant snake and all of your friends being
I
dead.
imagine that looks like the biggest threat in the room.
It is gigantic.
Reveal
18
literally.
to hit the snake.
It hits.
Okay.
The snake is not hard to hit. Let's
Okay.
just say.
For 2 points of damage.
It's
Oh.
1/30th of the way there.
There's 30 more of those attacks, and these guards have it. The guard that is grappled is going to. I think, yeah, he's going to try to escape. I think so. I think that's what we're going for. Let's say he's so panicked, he's going to try to escape with his action. 15 will miss the 16 DC, so he is still grappled, and he is screaming. Ah! This guard runs into the room. He also assesses the situation. And I think he is going to just go here and attack Mariana or Elias. And I'm going to roll randomly to see what. So 1 is Mariana, 2 is Elias.
All right.
2 is Elias, so he attacks you, Elias. But
Does he break 13 first off?
so 15 to hit.
I'm going to roll a D20 to attempt to transfer it to one of my fake Eliases.
All right, sounds good.
It goes to a fake Elias, and now I have 2 fake Eliases left.
Awesome. You have 2 fake Eliases left.
I believe
alright.
the spell generates 3.
That is correct.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. That is that guard's turn. Horus, you're up.
Well, isn't this just a fucking nightmare? And I don't think I don't suppose I could move through the snake.
No. You
He's
cannot.
he's a friendly ally.
It might take you a couple days.
It is a friendly ally. That is right for the rules. But would you move through the snake?
So, because if
I'd
it would have
say as per rules, you could move through the snake. Yes, because he is technically a friendly ally.
because here's
And
the
he can move
thing,
through
right?
Friendly spaces.
The snake could have attacked me at any point when I was down.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm concerned, it clearly hasn't. So it's probably
It could
at
have
least
also just attacked the things that have the pointy objects, but
that's fair. However,
And honestly, you can't see an Aryan past it, really. And you've seen him turn into animals before, so you could just assume
It's
that
an
an
Aryan.
Aryan's just insanely powerful.
yeah, it's whatever.
okay.
I'm gonna take the bonus action to disengage.
Okay. You can bonus action. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Sounds good.
Oof. Okay, cool. I'm gonna look at an area and be like, "That's insane." If that's you, that's insane.
The stars guide us, and they sent it to help.
Can I can't. So I'm gonna take the dash action,
All
I
right.
suppose, to move up here. Now, it wasn't clear. Did the butler unlock this door prior?
You saw him lock the door.
I just mean
And
because
it's
he
bolted.
came. Okay, it's bolted.
Mhm.
So
It'd be an interact action to unbolt it, which you get one free interact action, and then if you wanted to open the door, it'd be an action.
So I'm going to unbolt it
Okay.
as my free interact.
Okay. Sounds good.
And that'll be my turn. To which I'm going to turn to an area and be like, I'm going to go get my weapons.
Okay. Don't die.
All right, then.
And I just started attacking. Start with the one that was shot by an Aryan. 19 to hit.
19 to hit this imp right here. Will hit.
Yep.
Yep.
For, I guess, 2 points of damage. Because resistances.
Okay. Yeah. So 5 is what you rolled.
Correct.
And that one goes down.
Cool. And then I'll just start swinging at the other one.
All right.
A 9 will definitely miss, I'm sure.
That will miss indeed.
16 though.
16 will hit.
For 10.
All right. Which, again, not all of it seems to affect him.
I guess I would probably stay here to try and prevent flanks on Mariana, as much as it's hurting.
All right. Elias, you're up.
So first, I'm going to move my spirit weapon to attack the one that's near me.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
I suspect a 12 misses.
A 12 will miss, yes.
How hurt is Igvis?
Igvis
Barely standing.
barely standing.
So, healing.
If you want to.
Have 9 hit points.
As Igvis gets healed. Okay, so that's your action and your bonus action. Do you want to take any movement, or are you done?
I'm really not in a place where I can move.
Okay. All right, this guard is up, and this guard is going to ready an action. This imp is up. This imp is going to disappear from your sight, Igvis. Elias, your thing dropped at the end of last round, by the way.
It dropped at the end of the last round?
The end of last round.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you. This is round 7.
It's okay. Igvis was really low, so I'd have probably healed him anyway.
Mariana, you're up.
Well, since the one's gone, moving the tentacle in.
Okie dokie.
Would I have advantage on the one that's constricted?
Would you have advantage on the one that is constricted? Yes, you would.
Okay, then I'll go for that one.
Okay. That is part of the grappled and restrained conditions.
18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
9.
9 damage, and that one dies as you whip it with the tentacle while the snake is constricting him. Poor guard.
It turns into a popsicle, and then the snake shatters it.
Ooh, yeah.
There you go. There you go. You freeze him over, and the snake grips really hard and shatters him.
He then looks
And
kind of
then
sad
I
because he
will-
wanted to eat him.
There's 3 more tasty morsels.
So that's
Actually,
your
there's
bonus
plenty of
action.
bodies over here. Let's be fair.
I will be using Shocking Grasp on the guard directly in front of me, and that will be advantage, correct? Because he has metal armor?
This one right here? Yes, because he's wearing armor. So it doesn't matter which one, but this one right here is the one you're attacking? Yeah. Okay. At advantage.
Sorry, I was in my character sheet, so I couldn't see what you were.
I got you.
And 10.
10 will miss. Anarian, you are up.
Anarian is going to shoot the longbow at this guy.
This guy right here? That's closest to you? Is that what you said? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
14.
14 will miss.
I figured. Then he's going to healing word Mariana or Igvis. Mariana this time.
Okay, Mariana.
Do Igvis.
I'm gonna give Igvis the chalice, so I'm gonna give you a little
Okay.
less healing, so he gets a little more healing.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just so everybody's aware, I survived that other attack with 1 HP left. That's why I'm barely standing.
So 8 hit points for Mariana.
$11 for Igvis.
And 11 for Igvis.
I feel a lot better now.
And then the snake. Sorry, I forgot the snake. The snake's gonna move forward 1 space
All right.
and then try to constrict this guy.
All right, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Darn.
That will miss. All right. And then this guy is up. This guy is going to attack the snake. $19 to hit the snake.
It hit.
8 points of damage to the snake.
The snake hisses at him.
And how many hit points does he have left? Because I wasn't keeping track of it. I think he only
50.
took it 50. Yeah, because he only took a 2 and then an 8. Okay. That is his turn. This guard is up. This guard does not like where he is. This guard's going to move here. The snake is going to get... What's the snake's reach? It's... Let's see. It is a huge...
5 feet. It doesn't say it has any extended reach. Nope, 10 feet
Okay.
on its bite.
Okay, so it is does not get an attack of opportunity because he hasn't left the snake's reach, and he will move here and let's see, Mariana, Igvis, which one of you looks the most injured at the moment with all the healing that happened?
Pretty sure I look more injured than Mariana
Igvis,
does.
yeah.
Okay, So he is going to attack you, Ignis. $16 to hit.
That'll miss.
All right. So he misses you, and that is his turn. Horus, you are up.
Okay. I'm going to use my free interact to open this door.
Okay.
Because they just took our weapons, like, at the door over here, right?
They did, and then you saw them move over to the west.
Okay. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to take the dash action.
All right.
Typical Horus character running away.
And when you go over there, you do see a window that seems to be open to this building. There is a large cart here. It's an empty cart. And kind of through that window, you can kind of see a man that looks to be working away on an anvil. And there is a door right here. Double doors that can be opened.
Okay. Now, weird thing. Can I take the dash action as my action?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Horse, I do have a quick question.
Yo.
You're going for your sword, right?
I was just going for our weapons.
There were tons of spears just in the room from all the guards we killed, yeah?
I wouldn't think of that in a second.
Alright.
There was a giant snake when I got up from whatever the fuck happened there.
All right.
And that's where I...
You
There I'll
dash
end.
all the way over there. Yours is like giant snake, invisible fiends,
Oh, okay, so Invisible
think so.
Fiends, Giant Snake,
giant sleep storm.
Storm. We're not going to talk about the fact that we just started with this with like just
I just
indoor
love
storm.
all of Horus's actions right here. He gets in, he goes invisible, he starts all of this chaos, and then he like becomes visible because he gets hit by the storm. He falls down, he gets up, he opens the door. All these guards and fiends and everything rush in. He jumps back into the storm, falls over. The storm disappears. He's on the ground. He's like, "What the hell?" A giant snake appears. He gets up. He runs through the snake. He's like, "You're super powerful, Anarian," and runs out the door.
Wait, to be fair, didn't Elias open the door first?
No. See, I unlocked the. So here's the thing. I went invisible because I'm like,
Either
alright.
way, it's fine.
Yeah, I just again, this whole thought process was like, I'm just gonna do some scouting, maybe then pretended that it was a trick that Elias did.
Horus opened our door. Elias opened the fiend door.
Yes.
Well, to be fair, those fiends could clearly open a door. And at this rate, I let 2 fiends attack us. They are coming from somewhere else.
Elias is like, "Fiends can open doors too."
Alright, well,
Igvis, what would you
well,
like to do?
what I'm going to do is I'll take an attack of opportunity, but I'm going to essentially fly over everybody and land here.
Okay. You'll take 1 attack of opportunity from this guy.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a nat 1. We're going to roll again. So, anybody watching, I have a house rule. If you roll a nat 1, you could possibly critical fumble. So I roll another d20. If it's under a 10, we critical fumble. And that guard did. So, we are going to roll on our little critical fumble table. And we're going to see what happens here. All right. Character drops their weapon, which flies up to 15 feet in a random direction. Igvis, give me a 1d8.
Actually, I have a flavor thing I'd like to do then.
Okay.
I was gonna pick up a spear from around me because there's definitely guard bodies over here, Can I
Alright.
just say he goes to stab me, and instead of him stabbing me, I just take the spear with me?
Yeah, absolutely. So you kind of do, you like jump up to fly, and as he stabs you, you like grab the spear and do kind of like a front somersault in the air and twist and rip it from his hands as you then fly and land gracefully over here in this upper corner with his spear.
And then I'll use that spear on the one between me and Elias.
Okay, sounds good. At advantage.
It's the same stats as my quarterstaff, so I'm just gonna roll my unarmed strike and then roll the damage of my quarterstaff. Okay.
Okay, it's the same to hit as your unarmed strike.
Right.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank God for advantage. 20.
20 will hit. Almost became a double critical fumble there. It flies back into his hands.
Yeah, and it's gonna be 7 points of damage because I have an extra +1.
Okay, 7 points of damage as you stab this guard with a spear, and he's still up.
Another swing. 17.
17 will hit.
For another 10 points of damage.
And that guard goes down.
Bonus action, unarmed strike on the one between me and the snake now.
Okay, cool. And what kind of form is this unarmed strike taking? Nat 20!
So I'm going to essentially, we'll say I hit him with the butt of the spear, then spin it around and stab him, which is the extra damage. And then as I have him pinned, I'll just like kick him into the snake as hard as I can.
Nice. All right. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Max damage on the crit.
Oh, wow. Wait.
So
No, you get an extra d6. It's 2d6
Okay.
plus 4. So when you crit, you roll double damage dice.
So it's 8 plus 4, so 12 damage.
Yes, 8 plus 4, so 12 damage. And you kill him with that kick. Awesome.
Straight into the snake's mouth.
Straight into the snake's mouth, who gulps him up. Yummy. And the snake is now happy again. Elias.
And that'll be it.
All right. So, I still have my little daggery thing, right?
Your spiritual weapon, yes.
How? I only see one guard left.
Correct. This is all you see. You
What
guys
shape is he
do
in?
hear at this point, though, commotion going on upstairs, it seems.
What shape is this garden?
He looks pretty healthy, but absolutely terrified.
I'm gonna take my dagger, and first I'm gonna roll an attack on him.
Okay. Okay, 23 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage. For 7 points
7
of
damage.
Sounds good. That's your
Is he-
bonus action.
Is he bloodied now?
He is definitely damaged. He's hurting.
So Elias is gonna look at him. Listen, your friends are dead, you're bloodied, and you're surrounded. I highly recommend surrendering and cooperating from here on out.
Give me an intimidation.
It's a 17.
17, all right. I mean, he doesn't respond right now, but we'll see what he does on his turn.
It also helps that he's currently unarmed because I stole his spear.
Yeah, this man should surrender. Oh, there's another imp somewhere that I lost.
Okay. Mariana. You get stabby stabby as this thing appears. Right there. So it shall attack you, the imp, with its stabby stabby. Uh, 24.
Yeah, I can't stop that.
All right. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
$21.
Okay, so you save, so you're going to take this much of the sting damage, so 5. And then you're going to take half of this poison damage. So 6 poison damage you're going to take, so a total of 11 damage. And that is the imp's turn. Mariana, you're up.
I'll start with a tentacle attack on the remaining guard.
All right.
That's a 9.
9 will miss. And then you have an attack as well.
Yeah.
You have an action, I should say.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if I had anything that would maybe be a little more effective, but Shocking Grasp is my main melee distance, so that it is.
All right.
On the imp. That's a 22.
22 will hit, indeed.
7.
7 lightning damage to the imp. Okay. And you shock this imp, who is a goner. All right. Anything else, Marianne?
The dude in front of you doesn't have a weapon, if that makes you feel better.
Anarian, you are up. You hear commotion coming from above the stairs.
Anarian walks over towards the stairs and says, he tries to put on a guard's voice, and he's like, the Great Elias accidentally summoned a massive snake, and it's going on the rampage. Protect the nobles.
Okay, roll me deception at disadvantage. All right, that's a stealth. Is your deception also +6? We'll use the same rolls.
Sorry,
but...
I clicked the wrong thing because I was thinking about advantage and not deception.
That's okay. What's your plus on deception?
0.
0. All right, we'll just use the same rolls you had. So it's a 9. Because you rolled the 9 on the die, the lowest die. All right, cool. 9 deception.
And then I'm sending the snake up the stairs.
How fast can the snake move?
30 feet, so you can just get to the base of them.
Okay. He gets to the base of the stairs. That's great. All right. Anything else?
I moved.
You called up to the guards. You moved the snake.
I think we got in my turn.
All right. This guard is up. This guard is going to attack you, Mariana. An 8 will miss you. And then he is going to move. And Mariana, do you have an actual weapon out?
I do not.
Okay. He is going to move this way. As he starts to run away.
I do have unarmed strike, but my damage is 0.
All right.
It's a minimum of 1, isn't it? At least.
I mean, yeah, but my character sheet says 0.
Also fair.
Yeah, when you have a -1 to strength, you get a 0.
Okay, that is the guard's turn. That's all he can do. Horus, you're up. Oh, and sorry. One more thing before you go, Horus. You do see coming down the stairs there on that guard's turn more guards. And they hesitate for a moment and then move up to the snake. Okay. Horus, go ahead and continue with what you are doing.
Okay, so I'm running in here, and I'm gonna look at the guy smithing. I'm gonna straight up yell and be like, "Hey, we need help. There's a giant snake attacking in the main building. All hands on deck."
And he will look at you, and I'll just kind of really quick describe that. This state is obviously a stable house to you, as you see 4 horses over there in stables to the east. And there's a fully equipped smithy there with the anvil and hearth in the remainder of the room. And he's sitting there smithing away as you run in. Tell him there's a giant snake in the main room. He says, "Oh, who are you?"
I was invited guest to the Duke. We had some complications in the main building. Someone went missing, and now there's a giant snake that's attacking guards.
What do you want me to do about it? That's why we have
To
guards.
come help? Come help?
I'm just a smith. I'm not a fighter. We should hide.
And he moves over here and he closes the door. You'd get an attack of opportunity if you had a weapon and wanted to attack.
I'm not gonna attack him for the sake of I don't want him to think that I am the enemy.
Okay, sounds good.
Do I spawn any of our weapons anywhere?
Give me a perception check.
I think Thatcher, are you breaking up for everybody else?
Oh,
Kind of.
Oh, I am breaking up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he's kind of rough.
Can you hear me all right? Hello, testing.
Mostly like a robot.
Mostly like a robot. So you can't hear me anymore, is what you're saying. Yes, no, maybe.
It's like
so.
you're severely auto-tuned.
Like I'm severely auto-tuned.
Oh, you're back. All right, we're good.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Making a perception. Yeah, I'm gonna persuade the room to give me what I want.
Yeah. Perception check. You guys can hear me all right though, right? Right now?
Now, yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a solid 5.
5. Okay, sounds good. You don't notice your weapons.
I'm gonna look at him. Are there any weapons or anything I can use to go help them?
He kind of looks around and grabs a small hammer and tosses it to you.
I'm gonna pick up the hammer.
Okay, you now have a hammer.
Sweet. What does that look like in terms of damage?
It'll be a 1d4. And it'll get your strength modifier.
Oh, it's an
Or your
improvised
dex.
weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. Seriously? This is it. You're a smith, and you don't have, like, a sword?
I don't keep the weapons here. I make them and they take them away. What do you want
Where
from
do
me?
they take the weapons, then?
Back into the manor. I don't know, wherever they go. I just make them.
Okay, I'm out of here.
I honestly thought he was just gonna be like, I make horseshoes, dude.
I'm gonna take my bonus action and dash.
Okay, sounds good. And as you kind of exit, you just hear from the back,
I don't get paid enough for this.
and the door closes.
No, so he just sounds like... Yeah, that was awful. I was hoping that they'd be in there, but... Hopefully y'all are okay in there.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, it's gonna be it.
Igvis, you're up.
Okay, 1 second. I'm basically just gonna fly at him with the spear, like, in my hand, and just try and, like, pin him to the floor.
Okay. You're like trying to physically restrain him, or you're actually attacking him to do damage?
Oh, I'm attacking him. I was gonna pin him to the floor with his own spear.
Okay.
So 20 to hit for 9 damage.
9 damage. Do you want this to be lethal?
Yeah.
Okay. As your spear goes through his head and touches the floor.
And then I think I'll just ditch it there,
Okay.
just because it's a better visual.
Sounds good.
And I'll dash up to this spot and then take the rest of my attacks against the one next to the snake.
Okay, he's gonna have improved cover on that because he's like on the stairs and there's a big banister there. And
I was trying to
there's
fly
a
up.
ceiling as it like the ceiling and the stairs goes above the ceiling.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All
There's
right.
a ceiling above you, but not above him.
Yeah, you're good. So 26 with his additional cover.
That will still hit.
For 8.
8. All right, that hurts. He's still up though.
And one more swing, that will definitely miss.
Well, that does indeed miss.
And then, just because I can, I'll take a step back.
All right.
With the last of my movement.
Sounds good. Elias, you're up.
All right, so I'm gonna walk forward. Like, so do I still have my spirit weapon and my my duplicates?
Yeah, how long does your spirit weapon last?
They're only like a minute each.
Yep, you still have your spirit weapon.
Cool.
10 rounds
So
Elias.
I'm gonna go here. Can I hit the guy with? Can I hit him with Sacred Flame yet?
You can see him. So Sacred Flame is how... What's the range of it?
Let me check.
Is it like 120 feet?
60 feet.
Okay, yeah, you can hit him.
Save.
So that's what you're doing, though, with him? Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's his dex save, is 11, so he fails.
5 damage.
5 damage, and your Sacred Flame takes him down.
And then I'm going to move my. I'm gonna use my bonus action to move my spirit weapon to me.
Okay.
And with that, I end my turn.
Sounds good. Go ahead and pass the turn in game. Mariana.
Alright, I'm gonna start by moving the tentacle as far as that will go. Pretty sure that's just 30 feet that I can move it. Yeah.
I like how because Anarian is currently on the snake's tile, it looks like the snake is called Anarian.
And I'm going to Ray of Frost on the guard. Leave him close enough to do that. Yeah, okay.
Okay, Ray of Frost.
10.
10 will miss.
Move up one more, and that is it.
All right. Anarian, you are up.
Anarian's going to produce flame out of his longbow at the guard up there.
Okay.
20.
20. 20 to hit. I'm just looking at where you are. So put yourself in like a space not under the snake, because you can't actually be in the snake space. But okay. So 20 will hit.
$10 damage.
10 damage. Sounds good, and he's still up.
Then I'm going to healing word Igvis. For 7 damage, and then chalice myself for 11 damage.
All right.
For 11 healing, sorry.
Cool. This guard is going to attack the snake.
Oh, wait, did the snake go, or did I forget to?
The snake
We
did not
forgot to go.
All right, so the snake's going to bite him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for the snake.
$21.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
12 damage.
12 damage, and forget about the guard attacking the snake because the snake kills the guard.
He ate him.
All right. Sounds good. Is that it, Anarian? That's your turn, right? Because it was just the snake. Oh, you moved.
He moved the snake upstairs.
Oh,
He wasn't going upstairs. He was stopping at the little corner place. He too big. He went on up.
I got you.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. He's on the corner spot. Now he's squeezing in that corner space, so he's going to take some penalties because he's a lot bigger.
Yeah, he's just filling up that space for right now.
Okay. So he is there. There are also 2 guards that are at the top of the stairs. You can kind of see them around the corner. 2 spears that are kind of out right next to the stake. Okay, that is your turn. Top of the round. Horus.
I'm going to take the dash action.
Sounds good.
Then I use my bonus action to take the dash action.
All right.
Huh. I didn't do that bad. And I will end it there.
Okay. I cannot get this snake to sit right. It's terrible.
He can just go back where he was, and we can just pretend like he was.
Yeah.
I really just meant to move him forward like 2 squares.
Yeah, it's just the way that like the teleport thing works. It's fine. We'll keep him on the second map that I have. Okay. So who's next? Igvis, you are not up yet. After Horus, you can't see him on the initiative tracker because they are on a different map. Two
Okay.
guards attack the snake. So, but they will have advantage because the snake is squeezing. So 21 from the first guard.
Hits.
And the second guard will miss. Alright, so the snake is going to take this much damage. 3 points of damage.
So 47.
How long does the spell last, by the way?
An hour.
Alright. That is great. Alright, cool. Now you're up, Ignis.
All right. I'm just gonna stand behind the snake because I don't think I can get around it. You said it's squeezing,
Correct.
and just in case, I guess I'll just take the dodge action. I don't know.
Alright, you take the dodge action. Elias, you're up.
I'm gonna take a move action and see what I can see.
Let's go ahead and make your movement.
Out here, no problem.
Yeah.
Wait, can I get further?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, you can go 2 more squares.
All right, and then I'm gonna move the dagger. How long do I have the dagger for, by the way?
The end of this round. It disappears on your next turn. The beginning of your
And
next
I take it my duplicates go with it because I cast it in the same round.
Yes, if they were in the same round. And they also last a minute.
All right, so I end turn here because there's not much I can do. I can't see anything.
Okay. Go ahead and pass the turn. Mariana.
Yeah, none of us can really do anything past the giant snake, huh? I'll just prepare a shocking grasp in case another fiend shows up.
Okay.
And also move the tentacle.
Cool, cool, cool. How long does your tentacle last?
One second, double checking.
Okay. While you're checking that, Anarian, you're
1
up.
minute.
Guys, I'm gonna send the snake on upstairs and let it cause some havoc. Should we leave? Or follow it?
We should probably leave. We should leave immediately.
This is gonna sound mean, and I don't suggest it, but what if we lit the place on fire?
That's.
It's
That
probably
wouldn't answer any of my questions that I have.
that's prob. To be fair, have we given any thought to what comes next? We did just attack a Duke's manor.
No, the snake attacked the Duke's banner. Anyone else who could have reported that we're here looks dead? Unless there's someone upstairs.
The old guy.
Oh, we could kidnap him.
That
Yeah.
sounds like
That
an
is more
idea.
crime. Which, like, I'm not saying I'm not on board.
You're
However-
a pirate. That is literally like half your job is crime.
Again, not saying I'm not on board. However,
I say we kidnap the butler. We get the hell out of here.
So, hear me out. We take the old man to an infirmary. A snake attacked. It knocked him out. We took him for help. We knocked him out early. He didn't see much.
But he saw us here.
We're still in combat.
Yep.
Anarian.
What would you like to do, Anarian?
The snake is just going to attack the guards. The
Okay.
guard in front of him, I guess.
Sounds good.
I can't see him, so I'm just going to roll it.
Yeah, just roll.
He's going to constrict.
Sounds good.
He misses.
Yep, that misses.
And unless someone tells me they want me to move him, I'm going to leave him right where he is.
Sounds good. Horus, you're up.
Just saying, if we're gonna kidnap anybody, it should be one of the brothers upstairs. Although I don't know they're up there.
Take the dash action here.
Love how Horus just runs through the room.
I'm going to pick up this old man and attempt to carry him. Oh, I guess I don't know if picking him up is considered an action or not. But my intent is to pick up this old man and bolt.
Okay. You started next to Anarian there? Where did you start? Out here, right?
I would basically take the three movements. So I'd use my bonus action.
What's your strength?
It's 8.
It's 8? Okay. You're moving at half speed, but you are able to grab the old man. And then dump
Okay.
back out here.
Cool. Old man is with me.
Yes.
What is that considered? Because could I, on my way out, close the door as a free interact, or?
Yeah. Sure. You close the door.
Sweet. So I have an old man on my back. I close the door. Okay. I'm leaving. Whether y'all are coming with me or not.
All right. Is that it?
Yep.
Igvis, before you go, some guards go. So the guards are going to attack the snake. And they do so at advantage. 20 to hit the snake.
Hit.
And the other one, 19 to hit the snake. Okay. So they do this much damage.
I like how currently I'm rolling against them. It's makes me happy a little bit.
So 9 damage and 9 damage. So 18 damage to the snake.
I'm not good enough at math to minus 18 from 47, so I gotta get my calculator out.
It's 29.
Good, you're good at math. I'm not.
And now, Igvis, it is your turn.
Why are we taking the old man? Are the brothers here? Anybody know?
There are people upstairs. I don't. Their names. Insert their names here. There's one on the far left, and then the other one. There's an old geriatric one on the first door when you first come up the stairs. I'm taking the old man because we can't be leaving witnesses after attacking a duke's house after a duke got murdered.
There's a spear. Just stab him.
How do you plan to get him out of here through the upper city unnoticed?
I was going to stab him in an alley somewhere.
Why don't we just stab him here as part of the thing, assuming he's...
Oh.
If we're leaving, I was gonna say, if we're leaving, Mariana, help me find my weapon.
Like, if we're gonna murder him, does where we murder him matter?
No, we shouldn't murder the old man. Just leave him on the couch.
He's going to tell them what our faces look like. We cannot afford to get arrested.
I'm pretty sure they know what our faces look like.
Passing turn, I just walk out the door.
We already told the Vanthampurs that the Great Elias and company had arrived. They know who we are, presumably.
To be fair, they know who I am, presumably.
And I'm okay if only one of us goes to jail.
They have a network of invisible spies. Do I need to keep reminding you? They know who we all are.
In court, and I know it. I know my rights.
With the coordination of the fiends, it seems like they might have been watching us the whole time.
Anyway, my turn is done. I just walked out the door.
All right, Elias, you're up.
They don't need to convince the court they own the court.
Just as a heads up, I got a DM. I don't know if you saw our message, but me and Bees will probably have to leave soon.
Okay. So, why are we still in combat, by the way?
There is a giant snake on the stairs, and there are guards attacking the snake.
Ah. So, Elias is just going to kind of start to go up the stairs.
I'm just going to yell at Mariana. You can detect magic, right? Can you help me find my weapon? Because that'll get everybody's.
Yeah, coming.
Oh, can I see these guards at all?
From there you can, yes. They're on the other side of the snake up the stairs. Yep, you would be able to see them. Not reach them, though.
Could flame hit them?
Yeah, they could make dex saves against it.
Yes.
Alright. So that one fails, one of them.
Well, let's just say that's the one I went for, because it's only a one-guy attack.
Alright.
So he takes 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage, but the guy is still up that you attacked.
Alright. And turn, because Elias is not going to burn spells here. Just going to kind of do this.
Sounds good. Go ahead and end it. Mariana. What would you like to do?
Alright, so I'll cast Detect Magic, and it's not gonna go super far, but...
Okay.
It's at least a start. Just try to look for our stuff.
Sounds good. Did you have any magic items that were given?
My quarterstaff is magical.
Okay. You do not detect magic within 30 feet, besides any magic that remains on characters.
I don't think I noticed what direction they went in with our stuff.
You all would have seen them go this direction to the west.
Okay. Alright, well, Detect Magic took my action, so this is where I'm at.
Okay, sounds good. Anarian.
Anarian's going to move up here to where Elias is and shoot the longbow at the guard.
All right. Sounds good. It's going to have improved cover there, but go for it.
$16.
That will miss.
Then the snake's going to attack.
Okay. There are two guards in front of him, one to the left and right. The one on the left was damaged by Elias. Which one do you want the snake to attack?
The one on the left.
Okay. And when you get up there, you actually see a third guard that's behind the two, kind of trembling with his spear out. And you attack the one on the
16.
left. 16 from the snake, which is at disadvantage. So roll again as well, because he's squeezing.
$9.
So the snake will miss. All right. Before you go, Igvis, we have some other stuff. The guards are going to attack. So 14.
Hits.
And then a 12.
That's its AC.
Okay, so that also hits. So the snake is going to take this much damage from the first attack, 2, and 5 from the second, so 7 total.
21.
All right, 21. And it is Igvis's turn.
We skipped Horus.
Did we?
Yep.
All right. Horus, it is your turn.
Is there a spear anywhere around here?
There's definitely there's a spear right next to you. All those bloody spots have spears.
I'm gonna drop him. I'm gonna pick up that spear and then I'm gonna stab him.
All right. You stab the old man, and you have no problem doing so. As the spear goes straight through his head, the 70-year-old frail man.
I'm going to remove the spear from his head. And I'm assuming that it counted as like some form of action.
Yes, that is your action is to stab him.
I can't. The game's paused, but
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You should be able to move now.
yeah. Well, solves one problem.
You forgot the maid.
The maid only saw you as a cat, if I recall.
But she saw everyone else, including you.
The more I have to do, I'm gonna bonus action dash, I guess, to go back.
Okay.
And I knew she headed this direction, so in I go.
All right, in you go. Igvis, you are up.
You can just assume I'm just going to be walking, so we can probably just skip me.
Okay. Elias.
So, as a free interaction, well, first Elias is going to use his his action to Sacred Flame the Guard.
Okay.
Three whole damage.
And the guard makes the save.
All right. And then what Elias is going to do as his interaction, he's going to hand something to an Aryan that he requests be read if Elias does not make it out of here.
Okay.
And then in turn, he's going to request it not be read if Elias leaves.
All right, Mariana. So that's 30, so that's one movement.
Sorry, my microphone was muted. And then I'll dash, and I've still got my detect magic up. And that'll be it.
All right. Anarian.
Anarian looks back at Elias and hands him back the note and says, "Go, Elias. The snake will hold him off."
Anarian, I can't leave here. I'm the one who they can place here cleanly.
Okay, I'll stay with you. And I'm going to shoot at the guard.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
And miss.
That misses. And your snake too, don't forget. And it attacks at disadvantage. So roll again for the disadvantage.
16.
16 will hit. Roll me some damage.
12 damage.
12 damage. And that guard goes down.
And that'll be my turn.
All right. You are up, Horus.
Okay, that's 30 feet. Bonus action dash again. I'm going to free interact open this door.
Okay.
And apparently it might be locked with the keys that I have, I guess.
And it is locked when you try to open it.
I've already used. Well, I'm probably just going to end my turn here then, because I don't have an action to... Well, no, because I used the bonus action to get over here. I still use an action to unlock it?
Okay. You use the keys, use your action to unlock it, and the keys work. And you see the maid there by that bed, and she is cowering. And she looks up at you. Just please don't hurt me. I just got this job recently, please.
Again, using my remaining 15 feet for my bonus action dash to get over there.
Please, I was just married 2 weeks ago, please. just want to go home.
You have to swear to me, and I mean to swear, that you won't tell a soul we were here.
I swear it. I swear it.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to give you a chance to run now. Go, before we have the giant snake that we have in the front area eat you.
And as soon as you say that, she runs out the door that is down here in the other room.
And I'm going to grumble and end my turn.
Okay. Igvis. All right, Elias.
So, can Elias see guards still?
Can Elias see guards? Yes. There are 2 guards still up there.
Alright, so Sacred Flame again. Roll get out of that 9 damage.
Okay. And this is the guard's dex save, which saves.
Alright. With that, I'm probably gonna. How's the snake looking?
For the sake of being able to see the guards, that's where they are.
No, how's the snake looking?
His scales are kind of falling off. He's a little hurt.
Does he look like he could still take a bit more, or not?
He's got 21 hit points.
Alright, so I think he'll be okay for a couple more.
All right, Mariana.
I'm just gonna keep moving with Igvis.
Okay.
Eventually, I hope it'll ping something.
Wait, did I just go too far? I think.
No, you went. That's a double move.
Yeah. I was gonna dash.
Yep. Well, Anarian, you're up.
Anarian is going to Blessing of the Raven Queen into the space that's open between the 2.
Okay. I'm just gonna move you. Wait.
I don't want to move. Yeah, okay, yeah, good. I was
So
thinking I
you
don't want to jump
bypass.
up at the second level. Yeah. And then he's going to inflict wounds on the one next to the snake.
Okay, sounds good.
And I swear I can't hit land a roll tonight. 9.
That misses.
I do have resistance on all damage until the start of my next turn.
Okay, cool.
And the snake is going to attack him as well.
All right. Give me an attack roll at disadvantage.
Nine doesn't hit, so
Nope.
I'll roll it in case I get a 1.
Okay.
Nope. Nope, it was a
No
4.
one, but you still miss.
Yeah.
All right, that your turn? Horus, you're up.
Yep.
Okay, so you're moving.
So that was using dash, and regular movement. I'm just okay. That's one. That's the last problem. That isn't upstairs.
Sounds good. And that's your turn. Igvis, you're up.
We can just assume I'm walking with Mariana at all times now.
Okay. Elias.
Probably gonna Sacred Flame again.
All right. Go ahead. I will roll the dex save. He fails. So 10 radiant damage. And this guard is still up, but hurting.
And with that, I'm probably ending my turn.
All right. Mariana.
Onward.
And as you get there, you actually see her right here. As this, the maid from before is running, crying and screaming as she's running in this direction.
I don't even know how to handle this.
Didn't I?
You double move though. You still have more movement though. You have 3 more squares of movement if you wish to take them. All right, Anarian, you are up.
Anarian is going to inflict wounds one last time on the one that's not hurt.
Okay. So that is all this one.
21.
That will hit. And roll me some damage.
16 damage.
16 damage. And that one will go down.
He's going to then attack with a snake.
Okay. At disadvantage.
Actually, the way's clear now, right?
Up the stairs?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the snake could slither up into the hallway and attack him from behind.
Well, no, he's right there in front of the snake. So he can't move past the guard space. Sorry, for you, though, you could walk up the stairs and into the hallway upstairs.
So 17 on the first roll. Sorry it takes so long to do this. It closes the stat block every time I roll that.
Gotcha.
I have to open it again.
So go ahead and roll again for disadvantage.
10.
10 will miss. Horus, you're up.
They had to get up and go take the dog. She was getting a little desperate. But they said that they want to go up and guard the front door.
Okay, sounds good. So Horus will go up and guard right here. And that will be Horus's turn. Igvis, you're with Mariana at the moment. Well, I guess your move would be to get up to where Mariana is, but you'd have more movement if you wanted to take it after seeing what you see, because you're faster.
Yeah, I'll just walk up to the maid and just be like, "You don't know me, right?"
No, I don't know you. Please, I just want to get home. The other one said I could go home.
You're free to go.
Hey, wait, do you know where they keep the weapons they confiscate?
No, just the maid. Please, just I want to go. And they run. Elias.
All right, so
And I'm
Elias
sorry
is
that
gonna
I skipped the guard, actually. The guard is up. My bad. He would have gone before Igvis. But the guard will attack the snake. At advantage. So I will do that. So 12 to hit the snake.
It hits.
Okay. For this much damage. For 9 points of damage to the snake. And now it's your turn, Elias.
All right, so first Elias is going to use Sacred Flame again. Predictable.
Okay, and this is his roll. He fails, so he takes 13 damage, and he dies from the Sacred Flame. And at this point, we can end the combat. So we are going to end the session here. But just really quick before we do, just tell me what exactly is your intention here as a group now that combat is over. Is your intention to leave, or are you going to stay?
Alliance figures they have his name, and he's pretty well made at this point. So he's not particularly inclined to leave.
I mean, the Vanthampurs know all of us at this point. I mean, like, that's a safe assumption, I think. So
Yeah,
it's... Elias is no more made than the rest of us.
Yeah, I don't think leaving is an option personally. I just want to get my weapons and then go deal with the brothers, who I assume are in this house somewhere. I think they said one of them was upstairs by the door.
Okay. Sounds good. And, you can talk more about it in the week leading up to next session as well, as far as what you want to do. But kind of just want to get a ballpark if you had an idea of what you planned. Okay, with that being said, I think we'll end the session here after the slaughter of the Vanthampur Manor, and see what you all choose to do next session. So go ahead and say goodbye to the stream for me.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.